The life and legacy of Thomas Edison. The year was 1847. In a small house of red bricks in Milan, Ohio, a child was born who would someday illuminate the world, Thomas Alva Edison. His parents, Samuel and Nancy Edison, had no idea that their youngest son, who they affectionately called Al, would become one of history's great inventors. Edison's childhood was anything but normal. He was a curious child with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, often frustrating his teachers with incessant questions. In fact, his limitless curiosity got him into trouble. His teacher called him addled, believing that he was incapable of learning, but Nancy Edison saw something different in her son, took him out of school, and taught him at home, instilling in him the love for books and self-learning that would shape his destiny. As a child, young Edison set up a small chemistry laboratory in his house's basement, where he carried out experiments, sometimes with explosive results. His mother, although supportive, often worried about the occasional fires and the strong chemical smells that spread throughout the house. At 12 years old, Edison got his first job as a newspaper delivery man on the Grand Trunk Railroad. He sold newspapers, snacks, and sweets to the passengers, but his true passion was the small laboratory that he had set up in the baggage car, where he carried out chemical experiments between stops, to the dismay of the railroad workers, who were concerned about his growing collection of volatile substances. It was during this time that Edison's fascination with the telegraph became stronger. One fateful day, he saved a child from being run over by an out-of-control train. The child's grateful father, who was a station master, rewarded Edison by teaching him the complex workings of the telegraph system. In a short time, Edison got a job as a telegraph operator, sending and receiving messages in Morse code through the cables of the United States. Edison's work on the telegraph led him to travel throughout the country, but his true vocation was invention. In 1868, he moved to Boston, a center of intellectual and industrial activity, where he patented his first invention, the electric voting machine. Although it was an ingenious device, it had little success, since politicians preferred the slow, deliberate method of voting. Undeterred, Edison moved to the city of New York in 1869, where he developed the universal telegraph, a machine that revolutionized the way of transmitting stock market information. This invention brought him his first great financial success, which allowed him to establish his own laboratory in Newark, New Jersey. In 1876, Edison founded a research laboratory in Menlo Park, New Jersey, a factory of innovation where ideas were tested, perfected, and brought to life with a team of dedicated scientists and engineers. He set out to solve some of the greatest technological challenges of his time. It was here that he embarked on his most ambitious project to date, the invention of a practical electric light bulb. Although light bulbs already existed, they burned out quickly and were unreliable. After thousands of experiments with different materials, Edison and his team discovered that a carbonized bamboo filament could burn for more than 1,200 hours. In 1879, the world witnessed the first successful demonstration of the long-lasting electric light bulb, and the era of electricity began. Edison knew that inventing the light bulb was only the beginning, so he set out to build the infrastructure necessary to supply electricity to cities. In 1882, he inaugurated the first commercial power plant in the city of New York, which provided electricity to homes and businesses in Lower Manhattan for the first time. The streets were not illuminated by flickering gas lamps, but by a bright and constant electric light. His success in the field of electricity was only one of the many that he would achieve in the following years. He invented the phonograph, the first device capable of recording and reproducing sound. When he demonstrated it for the first time, people were amazed. Some even thought it was magic. Mary Had a Little Lamb, Edison's famous recording, marked the beginning of the music and recording industry. Edison, never satisfied with his achievements, focused his attention on movement. In the late 1880s, he and his team developed the kinetoscope, a device that allowed people to see moving images through a peephole. This first version of cinema paved the way for the film industry, bringing stories and moving images to life. With his laboratory constantly bubbling with new ideas, Edison continued to register patents at an astonishing rate. Throughout his life, he was granted more than 1,000 patents, a testament to his tireless creativity and ingenuity. However, Edison's success was not without challenges. One of his greatest rivalries was with Nikola Tesla, a brilliant inventor and former employee of Edison. While Edison defended direct current, DC, electricity, Tesla advocated alternating current, AC, which could transmit energy over greater distances. This led to the famous War of the Currents, in which Edison fiercely defended his DC system against the AC system of Tesla and George Westinghouse. Despite Edison's efforts, AC eventually prevailed and became the standard for the distribution of electrical energy. Although their rivalry was intense, history would remember both as pioneers in the field of electricity. As Edison grew older, he continued to experiment and invent, although his health began to deteriorate. When he passed away in 1931, he had transformed the modern world in a way that few could have imagined. His contributions to electricity, sound recording, and cinema laid the foundations for countless technological advances that followed. To honor his legacy, the lights across the country were dimmed on the night of his death, a worthy tribute to the man who had given light to the world. So, as you immerse yourself in sleep, let your mind wander through the resplendent streets of a world illuminated by the dream of Edison Sweno of Edison, and may the hum of electricity and the flicker of invention guide you to the land of dreams, where the spirit of creation never fades. The life and legacy of Nikola Tesla. On a stormy night in July 1856, in the small town of Smiljan, nestled in the mountains of the Austrian Empire, in present-day Croatia, a child was born while lightning streaked across the sky. The midwife gasped at the raging storm and whispered that the boy would be a son of darkness. But his mother, Georgina Tesla, gently corrected her. No, he will be a son of light. This boy was Nikola Tesla. Tesla's father, Milutin, was a Serbian Orthodox priest and writer, while his mother, though without formal studies, was a brilliant inventor who manufactured tools and mechanical devices to help with domestic tasks. It was from her that Nikola inherited his insatiable curiosity and gift for invention. From a very young age, Nikola was different. He had a photographic memory, an uncanny ability to visualize complex machines in his mind, and a restless imagination that often took him away from daily life. He was obsessed with numbers, the mysteries of the universe, and the invisible forces that governed it. Tesla's education began in Karlovac, where he excelled in mathematics and physics. He could solve complex equations in his head, an ability that baffled his teachers, but numbers weren't the only thing that fascinated him. He felt a deep and abiding love for electricity, which he considered the lifeblood of the universe. After his studies, Tesla enrolled in the Polytechnic Institute of Graz, where he became obsessed with alternating current, AC. Unlike direct current, DC, which flowed in a single direction, AC could travel great distances with minimal energy loss. This idea would define the work of his life, but at that time, it was nothing more than a seed of inspiration. However, Tesla's academic brilliance was overshadowed by his growing pursuit of perfection. He studied tirelessly, often working all night without sleep, but when his father died suddenly, Tesla fell into despair, abandoned his studies, and dedicated himself to wandering around Europe in search of a purpose. Tesla's journey took him to Budapest, where he worked at a telegraph company. It was during a walk in a park as the sun was setting on the horizon that he had a great revelation. He suddenly saw in his mind the complete design of a rotating magnetic field, proof that alternating current was not just a theory, but reality. Eager to make his vision a reality, Tesla set his sights on the United States, the land of industry, invention, and opportunity. In 1884, with 4 cents in his pocket and a letter of recommendation, he embarked on a ship to New York City, where he would seek out the greatest inventor of the time, Thomas Edison. Upon arriving in New York, Tesla found himself in the chaotic world of Edison's workshops. The great inventor, already famous for the electric light bulb, was intrigued by Tesla's brilliance and hired him to improve his direct current electrical systems. But Tesla soon realized that the method of transmitting electricity was inefficient, while his own AC system could power cities far more effectively. When Tesla proposed his AC technology, Edison mocked him, as he had invested heavily in DC and saw Tesla's ideas as a direct challenge to his empire. Their rivalry soon turned into an all-out war, the infamous War of the Currents. Edison launched a campaign to discredit AC, even electrocuting animals in public demonstrations to demonstrate its danger. But Tesla had an ally in George Westinghouse, a wealthy industrialist who believed in the potential of AC. With the support of Westinghouse, Tesla's system triumphed and led to the construction of the first large-scale AC power plant at Niagara Falls in 1895. Edison had lost the war. The world would be powered by Tesla's alternating current. After his victory, Tesla became a celebrity who dazzled the public with his electrical demonstrations. He could hold electricity in his hands and create spectacular electrical storms in his laboratory. Newspapers called him the man who tamed lightning. But Tesla's ambition went far beyond power plants. He imagined wireless electricity, global communication, and free energy for everyone. He built the Tesla coil, a device capable of producing high-voltage electricity that danced in the air as if by magic. However, despite his genius, Tesla was not a businessman and refused to patent many of his ideas, as he believed that knowledge should be freely shared. This altruism made him vulnerable to financial ruin. Tesla's greatest dream was Wardenclyffe Tower, a colossal structure on Long Island that he believed could transmit wireless electricity around the world. He envisioned a future in which people could power their homes without cables and communicate instantly across continents. But financiers, including J.P. Morgan, withdrew their support for fear that free electricity would destroy their profits. Without funding, the tower was abandoned and left to deteriorate as a monument to Tesla's unfulfilled dream. As the years passed, Tesla faded into obscurity, the world moved on, and his eccentricities increased. He developed a deep affection for pigeons, which he fed daily in the parks of New York. He spoke of death rays, interplanetary communication, and secret inventions locked away in his mind. He lived in poverty, and his name, once glorious, was barely remembered. However, even in his last days, he never lost his childlike wonder at the universe. When asked how he felt about his failures, he replied, "I don't think there is any emotion that can go through the human heart like the one felt by the inventor when he sees a creation of his mind become a success." On January 7th, 1943, Nikola Tesla passed away alone in a hotel room in New York. The world barely noticed his departure, but decades later, his legacy would resurface from the shadows. Today, Tesla is recognized as one of the most brilliant minds of all time. His inventions paved the way for modern electricity, radio, wireless communication, and countless technological advances. The Tesla coil remains a symbol of his genius, and his name now adorns one of the most revolutionary electric car companies in the world. So, when you close your eyes and let yourself be carried away by dreams, imagine a world illuminated by Tesla's vision, a world where lightning dances in the sky, where energy flows freely, and where the dream of a man dream of the future continues to shine in the hearts of those who dare to imagine it. Alexander Graham Bell, on a windy day in March 1847, in the city of Edinburgh, Scotland, a child was born into a family where words had an extraordinary meaning. His name was Alexander Graham Bell, and he was destined to bridge the gap between silence and sound in a way that no one had ever imagined. The Bell's house was a home of words and articulation. His father, Alexander Melville Bell, was a renowned elocutionist and expert in phonetics, while his grandfather was a respected professor of diction. But it was his mother, Eliza Grace Simon Bell, who shaped young Alexander in a different way. Despite her hearing loss, Eliza refused to live in silence, played the piano with a delicate touch, feeling the vibrations through her fingertips, and communicated effortlessly with her son through hand gestures and written words. From a very early age, Alexander, nicknamed Alec by his family, was captivated by the idea that sound could be shaped, manipulated, and even transmitted beyond the human ear. Alec was not just any child. He was an insatiable experimenter who constantly disassembled things and imagined new ways to improve them. As a child, he devised a system of acoustic tubes for communicating between rooms and even built a simple machine to remove the husk from wheat for a local miller. At age 12, Alec's fascination with speech and mechanics took a dramatic turn when he and his brother created a talking automaton, a mechanical head that could simulate human speech when air passed through it. Although rudimentary, the invention foreshadowed his lifelong obsession with the nature of sound. Despite his promising intellect, Alec had difficulties in school and preferred self-learning to formal education's rigid structure. He often wandered through the Scottish countryside, contemplating the mysteries of sound, language, and the human voice. In 1870, after the tragic death of his two brothers from tuberculosis, the Bell family immigrated to Canada, seeking a healthier climate, and settled in Brantford, Ontario. Alec found solace in nature, where he continued his acoustic experiments. It didn't take long before an opportunity arose that would change his life forever. In 1871, he moved to Boston to teach at the Boston School for the Deaf. He was only 24 years old, but his revolutionary methods of teaching speech to people with hearing impairments quickly attracted attention. He believed that deaf people could be taught to speak by sensing vibrations, an idea that challenged traditional teaching methods. It was in Boston where Alec's world truly opened up. Inspired by his work with deaf people, he became obsessed with transmitting speech through electrical wires. The telegraph had already revolutionized communication, but Bell dreamed of something even bigger, a device that could carry the human voice. The 1870s were a time of fierce competition among inventors. B was not alone in his quest to transmit speech electronically. Rival inventors, such as Elisha Gray, were working on similar technologies, but Bell had a vision that set him apart. He wanted to create a harmonic telegraph that could send multiple messages at once using different frequencies. With the help of his assistant Thomas Watson, Bell experimented tirelessly with sound and electricity. One fateful day in 1876, while Bell was in his laboratory, acid spilled on him and he instinctively shouted, "Mr. Watson, come here, I want to see you." To his surprise, Watson, who was in the next room, heard Bell's voice transmitted through a wire. The telephone was born on March 10, 1876. History changed forever. The first successful transmission of voice through an electrical wire had been achieved. Bell's invention would forever change human communication, shortening distances and transforming how people connected. The telephone patent was registered just hours before Elisha Gray presented his own similar invention, triggering years of legal battles. But Bell's vision prevailed, and soon the telephone industry began to take shape. The world marveled at Bell's invention. In 1877, he founded the Bell Telephone Company, and soon telephones began to appear in businesses, homes, and cities around the world. The sound of the human voice was no longer limited by proximity. It could travel across continents. Despite his fame and fortune, Bell never stopped inventing. He had little interest in running a business and preferred the solitude of his laboratory, where he continued to explore sound, aviation, and medical innovations. He experimented with hydrofoils, recording devices, and even early forms of wireless communication. He played an important role in the development of metal detectors, an invention that was used to try to locate the bullet lodged in President James Garfield's body after an assassination attempt. Bell's passion for helping the deaf never faded. He founded schools and institutions dedicated to speech therapy, leaving a legacy that goes far beyond his most famous invention. As he grew older, Bell settled on his beloved Banbray estate in Nova Scotia, where he spent his days surrounded by nature and scientific research. He continued to work on inventions until his last days, never losing his childlike wonder at discovery. On August 2, 1922, Alexander Graham Bell passed away. As a tribute to his life, all telephones in North America were silent for 1 minute on the day of his funeral. His legacy endures not only in the telephone, but in the countless ways he advanced scientific communication and the human experience. He was a man who gave sound to silence, who bridged worlds, and who reminded us all that imagination is the first step toward invention. So, as you let yourself be carried away by dreams, let your mind wander through a world full of voices that travel invisibly through the air, carrying laughter, love, and connection, all because one man believed in the power of sound. On a cold winter morning in 1706, in a modest house on Milk Street in Boston, Benjamin Franklin was born, a child who would one day shape the destiny of a nation. His name was Benjamin Franklin, the 15th of 17 siblings in a bustling household. His father, Josiah Franklin, was a candle and soap maker, and although his family was not rich, young Benjamin was rich in curiosity and intellect. From a very early age, Franklin was drawn to books, which he read avidly, borrowing all he could find and devouring works on science, philosophy, and politics. His formal education lasted only 2 years, but his self-education continued throughout his life. As a teenager, he already demonstrated the ingenuity that would define his future. At age 12, he entered as an apprentice with his older brother James, a printer, where he learned to compose types and write essays. It was in his brother's printing press that Franklin discovered his voice, both literally and in the written word. When James refused to publish his writings, young Ben took matters into his own hands, adopting the pseudonym Silence, Do Good, and secretly sending letters to his brother's newspaper. These witty and insightful essays earned him the admiration of many, but when James discovered the deception, their relationship worsened. Franklin, never one to be limited, made a bold decision to forge his own path. At age 17, Franklin fled Boston and headed for Philadelphia, the city that would become his home. He arrived hungry and penniless, with nothing but ambition and a love of knowledge. Thanks to his tenacity and skill, he found work as a printer. Before long, his sharp mind and work ethic caught the attention of the Pennsylvania elite. After a brief stay in England, where he perfected his craft, Franklin returned to Philadelphia and established his own printing business. He founded the Pennsylvania Gazette, a newspaper that quickly became one of the most influential publications in the colonies. With his sharp wit and insightful observations, Franklin's editorials shaped public opinion on politics, science, and society. It was during this period that he launched Poor Richard's Almanac, an annual publication full of witty proverbs, weather forecasts, and practical wisdom. Phrases like, "the early bird gets the worm," took root in American culture, and Franklin's reputation as a wise man and thinker grew. But Franklin was not content to be just a printer. His mind was restless, always seeking to improve the world around him. Franklin was fascinated by science and had a particular obsession with electricity, at a time when lightning was a mystery and electricity little understood. Franklin saw patterns that others did not. He conducted famous experiments, including his legendary kite experiment in 1752, which proved lightning was a form of electricity. This discovery led to the invention of the lightning rod, a device that protected buildings from lightning strikes, saving countless lives and structures. But Franklin's innovations did not stop there. He invented bifocals, the Franklin stove, and even a flexible catheter. He was a man who looked at the world and wondered how it could be improved. Better? Beyond invention, Franklin was a pioneer of civic improvement. He founded the first public library in the United States, the first volunteer fire department, and the American Philosophical Society, an institution dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge. His belief in education, cooperation, and self-improvement laid the foundation for American intellectual and civic life. As Franklin grew older, he focused his attention on politics. He had long been an advocate for unity among the American colonies, advocating cooperation and self-government. As tensions between Great Britain and the colonies escalated, Franklin found himself at the center of the revolutionary movement. In 1754, he proposed the Albany Plan of Union, one of the first attempts to unify the colonies under a single government. Although the plan was rejected, it foreshadowed the ideas that would later shape the United States. By the 1770s, Franklin had become one of the most respected figures in the American colonies and was sent to London as a diplomat to try to negotiate a fairer deal for the colonies. But when it became clear that Great Britain would not budge, Franklin returned home, fully committed to independence. In 1776, Franklin played a crucial role in drafting the Declaration of Independence with Thomas Jefferson and John Adams. His wisdom and diplomacy helped unify the delegates, and his amendments to Jefferson's draft sharpened its language, making it one of the most powerful documents in history. As the war raged, Franklin was sent to France to secure an alliance with the French government. His charm, wit, and intellect won over the French court, and in 1778 he successfully negotiated a treaty that provided French military and financial support to the American cause, marking a turning point in the War of Independence. When the war ended, Franklin was hailed as a hero. He played a key role in the Treaty of Paris of 1783, which officially ended the war and secured American independence. Even in his last years, Franklin remained a force of nature. He was instrumental in drafting the Constitution of the United States in 1787, where his wisdom and diplomacy helped bridge the differences between the delegates. But his greatest contribution in his last years was his open opposition to slavery. He himself had owned slaves, but through his tireless pursuit of justice, he became a leading advocate for abolition, petitioning Congress to end slavery in 1790. On April 17, 1790, at the age of 84, Benjamin Franklin passed away. His funeral was attended by thousands, and tributes were received from all over the world. He had been a printer, scientist, statesman, inventor, and philosopher, a true Renaissance man. His epitaph, written long before his death, captured his life's philosophy, the body of B. Franklin, printer, like the cover of an old book with the contents torn out and stripped of its letters and gilding, lies here as food for worms. But the work will not be lost, for, as he believed, it will appear once more in a new and more elegant edition, revised and corrected by the author. The legacy of Benjamin Franklin is interwoven into the fabric of the United States. His ideas of self-reliance, curiosity, civic duty, and democracy continue to inspire generations. The lightning rod protects homes. The postal service he helped establish delivers mail, and the Constitution he shaped continues to govern. He was a man who believed that knowledge was the key to a better world. And when you close your eyes and let yourself be carried away by the dream, imagine Franklin flying through a stormy sky, capturing the electricity of the skies and illuminating the world with ideas that would never fade. On December 27, 1822, in the quiet city of Dole, France, Louis Pasteur was born, a child who would change the course of human history. His name was Louis Pasteur. His parents, Jean-Joseph and Jean-Tinette Pasteur, were simple, hard-working people. Jean-Joseph was a tanner and shaped the leather with his skillful hands, instilling in young Louis the values of diligence and perseverance. Unlike the child prodigies of his time, Louis was not an exceptional student, but was artistic and spent hours drawing portraits of his family and friends, but did not stand out especially in science or mathematics. However, beneath his calm appearance, a deep curiosity about the natural world gradually took root. As he grew, his fascination with nature's invisible forces began to flourish, a spark that would ignite a scientific revolution. Pasteur's path to scientific greatness was not easy. His early years of schooling were unremarkable, but his perseverance earned him a place at the École Normale Supérieure in Paris, where he studied chemistry and physics. Under the guidance of brilliant mentors, he began to see the world not as it appeared, but as it really was, an intricate dance of molecules and invisible forces. His early work focused on crystallography, the study of crystals. Through meticulous observation, he discovered that certain organic molecules could exist in two mirror image forms, a revolutionary discovery that would later influence the fields of chemistry and biology. But Pasteur's destiny went beyond the study of crystals. A much greater challenge awaited him, one that would pit him against some of the most dangerous enemies humanity has ever faced, disease, and death. For centuries, scientists believed in spontaneous generation, the idea that life could arise from inert matter. It seemed logical that abandoned meat would produce worms and dirty rags could give rise to mice, but Pasteur was not convinced. He believed that life only came from life and was determined to prove it through brilliant experiments. Pasteur designed swan-neck flasks that allowed air to enter, but prevented dust and microorganisms from contaminating the broth inside. When the broth remained free of bacteria, he had irrefutable proof that life did not arise spontaneously. His work shattered centuries of misconceptions and paved the way for germ theory of disease. Pasteur's work on germs revolutionized medicine. He demonstrated that microbes were responsible for fermentation and spoilage, challenging the long-held belief that chemical changes occurred spontaneously. His research led to the development of pasteurization, a process of heating liquids like milk and wine to kill harmful bacteria without altering their quality. This simple but powerful innovation saved countless lives and forever changed the food and beverage industry. But Pasteur knew that germs were not only responsible for food spoilage, but were also the hidden culprits behind deadly diseases. If he could find a way to stop them, he could save millions. In the late 19th century, infectious diseases such as anthrax and rabies terrorized people. Entire herds were lost to anthrax outbreaks, and rabies, a disease with no known cure, caused a slow, horrible death to its victims. Pasteur turned his laboratory into a battlefield and fought against time to develop vaccines using weakened forms of bacteria. He managed to immunize animals against anthrax, demonstrating that vaccination could prevent the disease. His work built on Edward Jenner's discovery of the smallpox vaccine and laid the foundation for immunology, but his greatest test was yet to come. To arrive in 1885, a desperate mother arrived at Pasteur's laboratory with her 9-year-old son, Joseph Meister. The boy had been bitten by a rabid dog, and his fate seemed sealed. Death was inevitable. Pasteur had never tested his rabies vaccine on a human. It was a risk, a leap into the unknown, but faced with the choice of doing nothing or trying to save the child, Pasteur chose the latter. Joseph received the experimental vaccine over several injections. Days passed, then weeks, and the child showed no symptoms of rabies. He had survived. News of the miraculous cure spread like wildfire. Pasteur became a hero, and his laboratory was filled with people seeking salvation from deadly diseases. The success of the rabies vaccine marked the dawn of modern medicine, demonstrating that humanity could fight the microscopic killers that had plagued it for centuries. Pasteur's contributions extended beyond vaccines. His discoveries laid the foundation for microbiology, immunology, and modern hygienic practices. His insistence on sterilization revolutionized surgery, reducing infection rates, and saving lives in operating rooms worldwide. Although he suffered a stroke later in life, Pasteur continued to work, never ceasing to seek answers. He was honored around the world, but remained a humble man, dedicated to science and the betterment of humanity. On September 28, 1895, Louis Pasteur passed away. France mourned, and the world mourned the loss of a man who had waged a war against death itself and had won. He was buried in the Pasteur Institute, surrounded by the legacy of his work, the laboratories and discoveries that continued to save lives long after his death. Today, every vaccine that is administered, every carton of pasteurized milk, and every life saved from a preventable disease bears the mark of Pasteur. His name is etched in history not only as a scientist, but as a guardian of life. So, as you immerse yourself in your dreams, imagine a world without Louis Pasteur, a world in which diseases spread uncontrollably, milk spoils overnight, and the bite of a stray dog. Of a stray dog means certain death, but instead, thanks to one man's tireless pursuit of truth, we live in a world where science protects us, where knowledge is the shield against the invisible, and where a boy named Joseph Meister grew up to tell his story. On October 19, 1862, in the city of Bonon, France, a child was born into a world that had not yet witnessed the wonders of moving images. This child, Auguste Lumière, would grow up and change how humanity perceived reality. The Lumière family was one of invention and industry. His father, Antoine Lumière, was a photographer and businessman fascinated by the emerging field of visual technology from a young age. Auguste and his younger brother, Louis, immersed themselves in images, an exposure that would later fuel their greatest creation. When the family moved to Lyon, Auguste attended La Martiniere, a technical school that honed his scientific and mechanical skills. His early studies in chemistry and physics laid the foundation for a revolutionary career. Antoine Lumière was a man with a great vision of the future who encouraged his children to explore the photographic industry, recognizing its potential at that time. Photography was a booming business, but it was still a static medium. Images could be captured, but they could not be moved. Auguste and Louis joined their father's business, where they refined photographic processes. They quickly gained recognition for improved dry photographic plates, making photography more accessible and efficient. Their success in the photographic industry provided them with financial stability, which allowed them the freedom to carry out more ambitious experiments. And soon, their curiosity would lead them to the greatest innovation of all, cinema. In the 1890s, movement was an illusion that fascinated the world. Edward Muybridge had captured the secret of galloping horses with his photographic studies, and Thomas Edison had developed the kinetoscope, a device that allowed people to watch short films through a peephole. But these inventions were limited, as film still could not be projected before an audience. Auguste and Louis Lumière, however, had a different vision. They wanted to bring moving images to the masses. Through tireless experiments, the brothers developed the cinematograph, a device that functioned as a camera, film developer, and projector. Unlike Edison's bulky kinetoscope, which could only be viewed by one person at a time, the cinematograph allowed films to be projected on a large screen, turning the experience into something communal. Edison's bulky kinetoscope, which could only be viewed by one person at a time, the cinematograph allowed films to be projected on a large screen, which made the experience something communal. On December 28th of 1895, at the Grand Café in Paris, the Lumière brothers held the first public screening of moving images. The public watched in amazement as workers left a factory, a train approached, and parents fed their baby. These short films, though simple, marked the birth of modern cinema. The world had changed forever. After their innovative debut, the Lumière brothers traveled throughout Europe showing their new invention. Crowds gathered in wonder, unable to believe the images they saw were not magic, but science. Their films captured fragments of everyday life, people strolling through parks, children playing in bustling city streets. The realism of these images fascinated the public, who felt as if they were witnessing real moments rather than mere projections. However, despite their success, Auguste Lumière and his brother saw cinema as a novelty, not an industry. Cinema is an invention without a future, Auguste commented in a famous phrase, as he believed that moving images were nothing more than a curiosity. They refused to dedicate themselves to cinema as a large company, leaving its future in the hands of others. Little did they know that they had laid the foundations for what would become one of the most powerful industries in the history of mankind. Unlike Louis, who remained somehow involved in cinematographic technology, Auguste focused his attention on medicine and scientific research. He dedicated much of his life to exploring the applications of photography in the health field, especially in radiology. During the First World War, he contributed to advances in medical technology. In the field of medicine, improving X-ray technology to help surgeons on the battlefield. His work in medicine was as innovative as his contributions to cinema, demonstrating his ability to merge science and practical application. Although the world remembered him as a cinema pioneer, Auguste Lumière saw himself as more than just a film inventor. He was a man of science who was always looking for ways to use technology to improve lives. As decades passed, cinema flourished, becoming an art form, a medium for storytelling, and a global industry. The early films of the Lumiere brothers, which were initially considered mere novelties, became valuable historical objects. Although Auguste had dedicated himself to other projects, he lived long enough to see the impact of his work. The great theaters, the epic films, the silent cinema that became sound. It all arose from a moment when he and his brother projected those first moving images on a screen. He died on April 10th, 1954, at the age of 94. By then, cinema had transformed into a billion-dollar industry, an art form capable of inspiring, educating, and entertaining entire generations. The man who once believed that moving images had no future had unknowingly contributed to creating the most enduring form of entertainment ever seen. Today, in every movie theater, on every television screen, and on every smartphone, the spirit of Auguste Lumiere lives on in the flicker of film. The magic of a story told through light and movement originates in that Parisian cafe in 1895. So, when you close your eyes, imagine you're sitting in the dark. The hum of anticipation fills the air, the projector comes to life, and suddenly the world comes to life in moving images. A train enters a station, people wave, and for an instant, time stands still, captured forever thanks to Auguste Lumiere's vision. On a fresh April day in 1841, in the small town of Murray, France, a child was born who would spend his life chasing impossible flight. His name was Clement Ader, and although the world had not yet imagined men flying through the skies, young Claude dreamed of having wings from a very young age. Ader was fascinated by nature, particularly by the silent and elegant flight of birds and bats. He spent hours watching them, drawing their wings and wondering how such perfect creatures could defy gravity. It was an era in which steam engines dominated the world and railroads spread across continents. But the sky remained intact, unattainable. Ader was determined to change that. As a young man, Ader studied engineering at the prestigious École Centrale des Arts et Manufactures of Paris. His education perfected his mechanical skills, but his imagination already soared beyond the limits of traditional engineering. He did not see the world as it was, but as it could be, full of machines that could lift men to the sky. Before he could pursue his flying dreams, he began working in telecommunications, where he made important contributions to early telephone technology. He was instrumental in introducing the telephone to France and even developed improvements on Alexander Graham Bell's original design. But while the world of sound fascinated him, it was the air that beckoned him. Ader turned his attention to the mystery of flight. He studied the anatomy of birds and bats, convinced that nature held the key to human flight. Unlike other inventors of his time, who focused on fixed-wing designs, Ader believed that a machine should mimic the movements of real wings to fly successfully, so he set out to build one. In the 1880s, the idea of human flight was still dismissed as a fantasy, but Ader was not discouraged and designed and built an extraordinary flying machine that he called Iole, in honor of the Greek god of the winds. Unlike anything that had been seen before, the Iole resembled a giant bat with curved wings covered in silk and a steam engine inside. On October 9th, 1890, in a field outside Paris, Ader climbed into his creation, turned on the steam engine, and the machine roared to life. As the propeller spun, the Iole lifted off the ground, if only for an instant. It was the first powered heavier-than-air flight in history, although the flight only lasted a few dozen meters before the machine returned to Earth. It was a moment of triumph. Ader had achieved what no one before him had. He had taken off from the ground in a powered aircraft. However, the world was not yet ready to recognize his success. Encouraged by his brief flight, Ader perfected his designs and built larger, more sophisticated machines, such as the Avion II and the Avion III, funded by the French army. His ambition was to create an airplane that could serve France in both war and peace, a machine that could dominate the skies before anyone else. In 1897, Ader attempted a second flight demonstration with the Avion III, this time under the watchful eye of military officers. The machine, with its twin propellers and bat-shaped wings, was an engineering marvel, but the test did not go as planned. The plane struggled against the strong winds and never achieved sustained flight. The French army withdrew its support, and the dreams of air supremacy remained on the ground. Devastated by not achieving recognition, Ader retired from public life and continued his work in engineering, but never tried to build another flying machine. In the early 20th century, when the Wright brothers successfully flew their plane, Ader's contributions were largely forgotten. However, despite the world's indifference, Ader remained convinced that flight would one day change the world. He wrote extensively about aviation, predicting with remarkable accuracy the development of air forces and commercial airlines. He saw what others could not: the future of human civilization written in the sky. Over the years, Ader lived to see aviation flourish. The world had finally caught up to his vision, although few remembered the man who had dared to take the first leap into the air. Clement Ader passed away in 1925, and his name was barely mentioned among the great pioneers of aviation. But history has a way of correcting itself. Decades later, scholars reviewed his work and recognized his achievements as the first real attempts at powered flight. The word avion that Ader used to name his aircraft became the French word for airplane, forever linking his legacy to the machines he dreamed of. His influence can be seen in the designs of modern airplanes, as engineers continue to study nature for inspiration, just as he did more than a century ago. Today, when we look at the sky full of airplanes, helicopters, and even spaceships, we see a world that Ader imagined long before anyone dared to believe in it. Although his flights were brief, his vision was limitless. So, when you close your eyes and immerse yourself in sleep, imagine a man standing in a field, looking at the sky in awe. He does not see an empty sky. He sees the future, a future in which men no longer walk, but are transported by machines that hum like the wind and spread their wings like birds, a future that Clement saw before anyone else. The Wright brothers, on a warm summer day in 1871, in a small house in Dayton, Ohio, a boy named Orville Wright had been born 4 years earlier, in 1867. His older brother, Wilbur Wright, had come into the world together. These two children would grow up to change history, not by conquering the land or the sea, but by conquering the skies. Their father, Bishop Milton Wright, was a man of books and ideas who always encouraged his children to explore and question the world around them. Their mother, Susan Catherine Wright, had a great talent for mechanics and could fix almost anything. From her, the children inherited their love of building and making gadgets, but it was a simple toy that first ignited their dream of flying. One day, their father brought home a small flying toy powered by a rubber band. The brothers watched in amazement as it fluttered through the air, defying gravity for a few seconds before gently landing back on the ground. At that moment, something inside them took flight. Unlike many great inventors, the Wright brothers had no formal degrees in engineering. Wilbur had once dreamed of studying at Yale, but an accident in his youth left him withdrawn for several years. Orville, a restless spirit, abandoned the institute to set up a printing business. The brothers were natural entrepreneurs. They built their own printing press, ran a successful newspaper, and later opened a bicycle repair and manufacturing shop in Dayton. But their true passion was flying. At the end of the 19th century, the world was captivated by flying machines. Otto Lilienthal, a German aviation pioneer, had been experimenting with gliders, demonstrating that controlled flight was possible. But after the tragic death of Lilienthal in 1896, the Wright brothers realized that aviation still had many unanswered questions and decided to find those answers. The Wrights approached flight as scientists, studying the principles of lift, drag, and control. They read everything they could about aerodynamics and began conducting their own experiments in wind tunnels, testing over 200 different wing shapes to determine the most efficient design. They also understood something that most inventors overlooked. The key to flight was not just getting into the air, but maintaining control of it. Armed with their knowledge, they built and tested gliders in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, a remote location known for its constant winds and gentle sandy terrain for landings. Their gliders improved with each attempt, but they needed something more: a propelled engine to power them. In 1903, after years of tireless work, they built the Wright Flyer, a fragile-looking but revolutionary aircraft with a 12-horsepower engine. On December 17, 1903, on the cold dunes of Kitty Hawk, the moment of truth had arrived. Orville got on board first. The machine came to life with a burst, and the propellers turned with Wilbur running next to him to stabilize the wings. The Wright Flyer rose from the ground for 12 seconds. Orville flew through the air, traveling 120 feet before landing safely. It was a short flight, but it was the first controlled, sustained flight in history. Later that same day, Wilbur took the controls and flew 852 feet in 59 seconds. The world had changed forever. One might think that, after inventing the airplane, the Wright brothers would be instantly acclaimed, but the world was slow to believe their achievement. Newspapers were skeptical, and many dismissed their claims as exaggerations. Undeterred, the brothers perfected their designs, improving their stability and control. In 1905, they built the Wright Flyer 3, the first truly practical aircraft capable of flying for more than 30 minutes. In 1908, the world finally took notice. Wilbur traveled to France to demonstrate his plane to an astonished crowd, while Orville conducted test flights for the U.S. military, demonstrating aviation's military potential. In just a few years, the Wright brothers went from being unknown to world celebrities. Although their success was undeniable, the Wrights faced many challenges. Rival inventors tried to patent and take credit for their work, and legal battles consumed their time and energy. Then, in 1908, tragedy struck during a test flight for the Army. Orville's plane crashed, seriously injuring him and killing his passenger, Lieutenant Thomas Selfridge, who was the first person to die in a plane crash. Orville recovered, but the accident haunted him for his entire life. In 1912, Wilbur, the quieter of the two, died of typhoid fever at the age of 45. Without his brother, Orville lost much of his drive to invent. Orville continued to improve aviation technology, but eventually retired from the industry. He lived to see planes become faster and stronger and used in both war and peace, but he never stopped longing for those early days when he and Wilbur worked side by side, dreaming of the skies. Orville passed away in 1948 after living long enough to witness jet planes and space travel, a future that he and Wilbur had only imagined. Today, the world moves through the air, from commercial planes crossing oceans to spacecraft venturing beyond our planet. The dream that began in a small bicycle shop in Dayton has shaped human civilization. The Wright brothers were not just inventors. They were dreamers who refused to accept that the sky was out of their reach. They taught us that failure is part of progress, that patience and perseverance can change the world, and that the greatest revolutions often begin in the simplest places because two brothers believed they could fly. We now live in a world without limits. Close your eyes and let yourself be carried away by your dreams. Imagine yourself standing on the windswept dunes of Kitty Hawk on that historic morning. Imagine a wooden machine with its delicate wings trembling as it takes off from the ground for the first time. Feel the wind blowing around you, hear the roar of the small engine, and watch the dream of flight take its first breath. And keep in mind that, thanks to two brothers who dared to believe, the sky is no longer the limit. On a fresh December day in 1765, in the small town of Westborough, Massachusetts, a boy was born who would forever change the landscape of industry. His name was Eli Whitney, and, although the world did not yet know it, he would become one of the greatest inventors in United States history. From a very young age, Eli showed a natural talent for mechanics. While other children played in the field, he spent hours in his father's workshop, disassembling tools and reassembling them, always looking for ways to improve them. As a teenager, he had already set up his own nail manufacturing business, which supplied local merchants. His hands were those of an artisan, but his mind was something greater, that of a visionary who saw the world not as it was, but as it could be. Although his talent was evident, Whitney's family did not have the money to send him to college, but he was not discouraged and worked as a teacher to earn money. In 1789, he entered Yale University, where he studied engineering and mathematics. It was at Yale where his mind really flourished, absorbing ideas of mechanics, manufacturing, and industrial design. After graduating in 1792, Whitney left for the South, where he was promised a job as tutor, but destiny had other plans. In Georgia, he found himself with the profound difficulties of cotton agriculture, where workers painstakingly removed the seeds from the cotton fibers by hand, and at that moment the inspiration came to him. In 1793, Whitney set out to solve the slow and laborious process of cleaning cotton. With his brilliant ingenuity, he designed a simple but revolutionary machine, the cotton gin. The gin used a series of rotating wire teeth to pull the cotton fibers through a mesh, separating them from the seeds quickly and efficiently. What previously required days of manual labor could now be done in minutes. With this invention, cotton production skyrocketed, and the Southern economy was transformed, becoming the main export of the United States, boosting the boom of textile factories and shaping the Industrial Revolution. But although Whitney had changed history, he soon faced an unexpected battle. Whitney patented the cotton gin in 1794, but success did not come easily. His invention was so useful that farmers and plantation owners began copying it illegally, refusing to pay him for his design. Despite years of legal battles, Whitney struggled to enforce his patent. When he finally won in court, his competitors had already built countless unauthorized copies, and he obtained few benefits from his creation. It was a cruel twist of fate. The man who revolutionized cotton would not obtain its economic benefits. But Whitney did not give up. After his difficulties with the cotton gin, Whitney focused on a new challenge, the manufacture of firearms. At that time, weapons were manufactured one by one, with each piece made by hand, which made repairs difficult and slowed production. Whitney had a radical idea: interchangeable parts, identical machine-made components that could be mass-produced and assembled quickly. In 1798, he obtained a contract with the government to supply the American Army 10,000 muskets. To fulfill the order, he built one of the first modern assembly lines, in which machines manufactured precise parts that could fit into any weapon of the same model. It was the beginning of mass production, the basis of modern manufacturing. Whitney's system of interchangeable parts transformed the industry and paved the way for the mass production of all kinds of products, from automobiles to appliances. The principles that he introduced would later be perfected by Henry Ford, shaping the industrial world as we know it. His influence reached far beyond his time. Factories around the world adopted his methods, and the principles of standardization and automation became the backbone of modern economies. Although he never achieved great wealth, Whitney's contributions changed the course of history. He died in 1825, but his legacy lives on in every factory, in every machine, and in every system built on the basis of precision engineering. Today, in all the assembly lines, in all the mass-produced products, and in all the factories that hum to the rhythm of the machines, the vision of Eli Whitney endures. His dream was not only the machines, but an efficiency, innovation, and the infinite possibilities of human ingenuity. So, when you close your eyes and let yourself be carried away by the dream, imagine a young man in a dimly lit workshop turning an idea into reality. Imagine the first cotton gin coming to life, the first musket assembled in record time, the world changing under the power of invention because one man dared to think differently. The industry was never quite the same. Henry Ford, on a summer day in 1863, on a quiet farm in Dearborn, Michigan, would one day change the way the world moved. His name was Henry Ford, and since he began to walk, he had been fascinated by machines. As a child, Henry spent hours disassembling clocks, watches, and farm implements, eager to understand how things worked. While his father expected him to take over the family farm, young Henry had other plans. He was not attracted by the land, but by the magic of the noise and rattle of machines. In the following years, he would build something that would redefine human progress. In 1879, at the age of 16, Henry left home and moved to Detroit, a thriving industrial city. He found work as a machinist apprentice, absorbing all the skills that he could. He learned to build engines, repair machines, and visualize new possibilities. Over the years, Henry's fascination with internal combustion engines only grew. The world was still dominated by horses and carriages, but steam vehicles and early gasoline engines were beginning to appear. Henry knew that the future of transportation was in these new machines, and he was determined to be a part of it. In the 1890s, he worked as an engineer at the Edison Illuminating Company, where he caught the attention of Thomas Edison himself. Encouraged by Edison's confidence in his ideas, Ford began working on something revolutionary: a gasoline-powered automobile. In 1896, after years of experimentation, Ford completed his first automobile, the quadricycle. It was a simple, lightweight vehicle with 4 bicycle wheels and a 2-cylinder engine, but it moved without horses, a radical concept at the time. The success of the quadricycle fueled Ford's ambition. He knew that cars were the future, but the automobiles of his time were expensive, unreliable, and difficult to manufacture. Ford had a different vision. He wanted to create a car for people, an affordable machine that anyone could own. In 1903, he founded the Ford Motor Company. What happened next would forever change the world. In 1908, Ford introduced the Model T, a car that would transform transportation. Unlike previous automobiles, the Model T was affordable, within reach for most. It was sturdy, built to withstand bad roads, easy to drive, and simple enough that anyone could use it. The Model T was an immediate success. Demand skyrocketed, and Ford faced a new challenge: how to produce enough cars to satisfy demand. His solution was the moving assembly line. In 1913, Ford revolutionized manufacturing by introducing the assembly line to automobile production. Instead of workers building an entire car from start to finish, each worker specialized in a single task: assembling the car in stages as it moved along a conveyor belt. The results were amazing. Production time was reduced from 12 hours to just 90 minutes. Car prices dropped, making them more affordable, and workers earned more, as Ford introduced the famous $5 workday, doubling wages and setting new labor standards. By 1927, more than 15 million Model Ts had been sold, putting the world on wheels. As the Ford empire grew, so did his ambition. He expanded into the industrial development of aviation and even social engineering, launching the Fordlandia project in Brazil, a failed attempt to create a self-sufficient industrial community. Ford was also deeply committed to efficiency and self-sufficiency. He envisioned a world in which machines and people worked in harmony and pioneered vertical integration, in which Ford controlled everything from raw materials up to final production. However, Ford's stubbornness sometimes led to setbacks. He resisted change and clung to the Model T long after competitors introduced more modern cars. It was not until his son, Edsel Ford, convinced him to innovate that the company introduced the Model A in 1927. Although he was a brilliant businessman, Ford also held controversial opinions, including anti-Semitic writings that tarnished his legacy. However, his impact on industry and manufacturing remains undeniable. As Ford aged, he gradually relinquished control of his company, although he remained involved in decision-making. His beloved son, Edsel, died in 1943, a devastating blow that left Ford heartbroken. In the mid-1940s, Ford's health deteriorated, and on April 7, 1947, he passed away at the age of 83, leaving behind a world changed forever by his inventions. Ford not only created a car, but an entire industry. His innovations in mass production influenced modern manufacturing, from electronics to medicine. Assembly line production became the norm. Urban development. As cars became commonplace, highways and cities were built to accommodate them. Labor rights. His wage policies set a precedent for fair pay and better working conditions. Today, the Ford Motor Company continues to thrive and carry on its legacy of innovation, efficiency, and progress. Close your eyes and let yourself be carried away by your dreams. Imagine a world without cars, a world in which travel was slow, distances vast, and people remained tied to their towns. Now imagine a factory full of movement, with workers assembling a new car in record time, a machine coming off the assembly line ready to take someone on an adventure, to connect families, to reshape cities. Because one man dared to think big, the world moves faster. Garrett Morgan was born on March 4th, 1877, in the town of Claysville, Kentucky, a boy who would one day make the world a safer place. His name was Garrett Augustus Morgan, and, although his beginnings were humble, his impact would be quite the opposite. Son of former slaves, Garrett grew up in a world full of both difficulties and opportunities. His father, Sidney, was a freedman who worked as a sharecropper, and his mother, Elizabeth, was of Native American and African descent. Despite the racial barriers of the time, Garrett's parents instilled in him the values of perseverance, ingenuity, and hard work. From a very young age, Garrett showed a fascination with machines, tools, and how things worked, but he had little access to formal education, as he only attended school until the 6th grade. Even so, his thirst for knowledge was unstoppable, and soon his natural talent would take him far beyond the fields of Kentucky. At just 14 years old, Garrett Morgan left home in search of better opportunities and moved to Cincinnati, Ohio, where he found work as a handyman. Although the work was simple, his curiosity led him to tinker with the machines, always looking for ways to make them more efficient. In 1895, Morgan moved again, this time to Cleveland, Ohio, a city brimming with industry and inventiveness. He got a job as a sewing machine repairman for a clothing manufacturer. It was there that his inventive genius began to shine. While working with sewing machines, he discovered ways to improve them, making their needles and belts more efficient. Eventually, he opened his own repair shop, which became successful, but Morgan was not content with fixing things. He wanted to create, and in the following years he would achieve it. One of Morgan's most notable inventions came in 1912, when he designed a device that would save countless lives: the safety hood and smoke protector. At that time, industrial accidents and fires were common, and firefighters often suffered from smoke inhalation. The invention by Morgan, a precursor to the modern gas mask, consisted of a hood, breathing tube, and filtration system that allowed users to breathe clean air in smoky or toxic environments. In 1916, Morgan demonstrated his invention's effectiveness in a real emergency when an explosion in a tunnel under Lake Erie left several workers trapped below. Morgan and his brother rushed to the scene with their safety hoods, braved the smoke and gas, rescued several men, and recovered bodies of others they could not reach. The newspapers praised the heroic inventors, but when the public learned that Morgan was black, many refused to buy his device. Undeterred, he marketed it under the name of a white business partner, and his safety hood went on to be used by firefighters, military personnel, and rescue teams around the world. In the early 20th century, as automobiles became more common, traffic accidents increased at an alarming rate. Existing traffic signals only had two positions, stop and go, which caused frequent collisions, especially when drivers lacked time to react. Morgan saw the problem and devised a three-position traffic signal, introducing the concept of caution, which allowed drivers to slow down before stopping. In 1923, he patented his invention and later sold the rights to General Electric for $40,000, a large sum at the time. His three-position signal became the norm around the world, saving countless lives and shaping the modern roads we use today. Morgan's success as an inventor was matched by his commitment to civil rights and entrepreneurship. He was one of the first black men in Cleveland to own a car and used his fortune to improve his community. He founded the Cleveland Call, one of the first black newspapers in the city, and became a leader of the NAACP. He supported black-owned businesses and advocated for racial equality at a time when segregation and discrimination were widespread. Despite his age, he never stopped inventing and continued to work on ideas to improve everyday life, from hair care products to mechanical devices. In his later years, Morgan developed glaucoma, which caused him to lose much of his vision, but he remained active in his community, advocating for equal rights and inspiring the next generation of black inventors. He passed away on July 27, 1963, but not before witnessing one of his greatest honors, recognition from the United States government for his contributions to innovation and safety. Although he was gone, his legacy endures in every gas mask, in every traffic light, in every life saved thanks to his ingenuity. Today, millions of people drive safely thanks to Morgan's traffic lights, and firefighters and soldiers breathe clean air thanks to his gas mask. His design and tireless innovative spirit continue to inspire generations of inventors. His story is a testament to the power of perseverance and the belief that, regardless of your background, if you have a vision, you can change the world. Close your eyes and let yourself be carried away by your dreams. Imagine a tunnel full of smoke and panic until a man appears with a life-saving invention. Imagine a busy intersection, once chaotic and dangerous, now orderly because a man saw the need for change. Because Garrett Moran believed in innovation, safety, and progress. The world is a better place. Tim Berners-Lee. On June 8, 1955, in the bustling city of London, a boy was born whose parents had minds shaped by mathematics and logic. His name was Tim Berners-Lee, and, although the world did not yet know it, he would one day weave the largest information network humanity had ever seen. His parents, Conway Berners-Lee and Mary Lee Woods, were both computer scientists who had worked on the Ferranti Mark I, the first commercially available computer. His house was full of discussions about numbers, algorithms, and logical puzzles, which fueled young Tim's natural curiosity from an early age. He saw the world differently, not as separate pieces, but as connections waiting to be established. Tim's childhood was full of an insatiable love for invention. He spent hours disassembling old electronic devices, fascinated by the workings of machines. His years of schooling at Emmanuel School in London only deepened his interest in mathematics and physics. It was at the University of Oxford when his curiosity turned into mastery. There he built his first computer using an old television, showcasing his talent for innovation. Although the world was beginning to explore the early stages of computing, Tim was already thinking about ways to connect information in meaningful ways. In 1980, Lee arrived at CERN, the European Organization for Nuclear Research, in Switzerland. It was there that he first saw the chaos of scattered information. Scientists and researchers were working on complex projects, but their knowledge was trapped in separate computer systems, making collaboration difficult. Tim imagined a way to bring all this information together and proposed a simple but revolutionary idea, a system that would allow documents and information to be shared seamlessly between computers. He built Inquire, a prototype of linked documents that hinted at the future of the web, but the world was not yet ready. Tim left CERN to work in the private sector, but the idea of an interconnected information network never left his mind. In 1989, Lee had returned to CERN and the internet was growing, but it was still fragmented and only accessible to experts who could navigate its complexity. Tim saw a future in which knowledge was open, accessible, and interconnected. In a moment of genius, he wrote a proposal for what would become the World Wide Web. His vision was simple, a hypertext system in which documents could link to each other, creating a seamless network of knowledge. To make it a reality, he developed three fundamental technologies: HTML, hypertext markup language, the structure of web pages; URI, Uniform Resource Identifier, later URL, the website address system; and HTTP, Hypertext Transfer Protocol, the rules for data communication. In 1990, with the help of his colleague Robert Kino, Lee had built the first web browser, and on August 6, 1991, the first web page in the world was published in which the concept of the web and how to use it was explained. It was a quiet launch for what would become the most powerful communication tool in human history. At first, few understood the importance of what had been created, but as more scientists, researchers, and universities adopted the web, its power became clear. Unlike previous network systems, Berners-Lee's creation was free and open to everyone. In 1993, when the first graphical web browser, Mosaic, launched, the web exploded in popularity. companies, governments, and individuals rushed to create websites, and in a few years, the internet went from being a niche academic tool to a global phenomenon. Berners-Lee had just changed the world, but refused to claim ownership of his invention. Unlike many inventors, Berners-Lee did not patent his creation. He could have become one of the richest men in history, but he believed that the web should belong to all. He worked tirelessly to keep it open and free, ensuring that no company or government could control it. In 1994, he founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, an organization dedicated to maintaining open web standards. His mission was clear: the web should be for the people, built by the people, and serve as a tool for knowledge, connection, and progress. But as the web grew, so did the challenges. With the expansion of the internet, large companies and governments sought to dominate it. The web, which was once a playground of ideas, was being shaped by advertising, misinformation, and monopolization. Berners-Lee became a staunch advocate for digital rights, net neutrality, and privacy. He warned of the dangers of data exploitation, misinformation, and the growing power of technology giants. In response, he launched the Solid Project, an initiative aimed at giving people control over their personal data, ensuring that the web remained a tool for good. Despite the challenges, Berners-Lee remained optimistic as he continued to believe in the power of the web to educate, connect, and inspire. Tim Berners-Lee's invention transformed civilization. Today, almost 5 billion people use the web, which has become a market, a library, a social network, a teacher, a stage, and a mirror of the world. Its influence can be felt in every search on Google, in every article on Wikipedia, every email sent, and every online connection. However, he remained humble, always looking to the future, always striving to make the web a better place. In 2017, he received the Turing Award, the highest honor in computer science. But perhaps the greatest reward of all is knowing that his invention has reached every corner of the planet. When you close your eyes and let yourself be carried away by sleep, imagine a world without the web, a world in which knowledge is locked up, in which people remain disconnected, in which ideas cannot travel. Imagine then the moment when Tim Berners-Lee sat at his desk and wrote the first web page, opening the door to the future. A single idea, a single vision that has forever shaped the way we learn, communicate, and dream, a world interwoven by the man who believed that information should be free. For all, Steve Jobs, on February 24th, 1955, in the city of San Francisco, a child was born who would one day revolutionize the world of technology. His name was Steve Jobs, although he would never get to know his biological parents. Shortly after his birth, he was adopted by Paul and C.L. Jobs, a working-class couple who raised him in the quiet town of Mountain View, California. From a very young age, Steve was different. He was not interested in following the rules. He questioned everything. His father, a machinist, introduced him to the world of electronics and taught him to make inventions and build things. But Steve's mind was always ahead, always looking for something more. And in the midst of the growing technological landscape of California, he would find it in high school, where he met a young engineering genius named Steve Wozniak. The two connected thanks to their love of electronics, jokes, and dreams of the future. Together they built and sold blue boxes, devices that could hack telephone networks and allowed them to make free long-distance calls. It was illegal, but it was exciting and sowed the seed that technology could change the world. After high school, Jobs briefly attended Reed College, but dropped out after 6 months. He was not interested in traditional education. He wanted to learn in his own way. He took calligraphy classes, studied Buddhism, and traveled to India in search of meaning. When he returned, he reconnected with WNC, who had been working on a personal computer. Jobs saw something in him, not just circuits and chips, but potential. Together, in 1976, they founded Apple Computer in Steve's parents' garage, and so the revolution began. The first product, the Apple I, was just a circuit board, but it was the beginning of something bigger, with Jobs' relentless ambition and WNC's brilliance. They created the Apple II, one of the first computers designed for the general public, unlike the boring and complex machines of the time. It was elegant, simple, and powerful. Apple took off in 19 Jobs' relentless ambition and WNC's brilliance. They created the Apple II, one of the first computers designed for everyday use. Unlike the boring and complex machines of the time, it was elegant, simple, and powerful. Apple took off in 1980, when it became a publicly traded company and made Jobs a millionaire at just 25 years old, but he was not satisfied. He wanted to create something truly revolutionary. Then came the Macintosh. Jobs envisioned a computer that was not only functional, but also beautiful. The Macintosh, launched in 1984, was just that: elegant, intuitive, and the first major computer to use a graphical user interface instead of. It was a masterpiece, but Jobs' vision clashed with reality. His demanding nature and perfectionism caused internal conflicts at Apple, and in 1985, he was forced to leave the company he had built at just 30 years old. He had lost everything, but Steve Jobs did not give up. After leaving Apple, he founded Next, a company that manufactured powerful computers for education and companies. The products were advanced, but Next faced economic difficulties. At the same time, Jobs bought Pixar, a small animation studio that was trying to make a dent in the market. He risked financing the production of Toy Story, which premiered in 1995 and changed cinema forever. Pixar became a giant, and Jobs returned to the top, but something bigger was coming. Apple needed him badly. In 1997, Apple was nearing collapse. Desperate, the company bought Next and brought Steve Jobs back home. In a few years, he turned Apple around completely. First, he streamlined the product line and then introduced the iMac, a colorful all-in-one computer that brought emotion back to the industry. Apple had come back to life, but Jobs not only thought about computers. He was about to change the world of music, telephones, and everything else. In 2001, Apple launched the iPod, an elegant device that could store 1,000 songs in your pocket and forever changed how we listen to music. Then came the iTunes Store, which revolutionized the distribution of digital music, and in 2007 came the most important moment of all, the iPhone. When Jobs took the stage, he presented the iPhone. The world was left breathless. It was not only a telephone, but a pocket computer, a camera, a music player, and a device with internet connection, all in one. It would redefine modern life itself. Apple was no longer just a technology company, but a cultural force now. The following years brought even more success. The App Store, the iPad, and Apple became the most valuable company. But behind the scenes, Jobs fought his own battle. In 2004, he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. He continued working to innovate and move forward, but his health deteriorated, and on October 5, 2011, Steve Jobs passed away at the age of 56. The world deeply mourned his loss. Apple stores became memorials, and tributes were received from presidents, artists, and ordinary people whose lives have been touched by his inventions. Jobs once said that the people crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do, and he truly did. From the Macintosh to the iPhone, his vision shaped our modern world. He did not see technology as a set of machines, but as a way to empower people, inspire creativity, and improve life. Today, every time you swipe your finger across a screen, listen to music on your phone, or open an elegant laptop, you touch a piece of his dream. So when you close your eyes and let yourself be carried away by the dream, imagine a world in which computers are boring, telephones are only used to call, and music is trapped in a physical format. Then, imagine the moment when a young man in a black turtleneck took the stage and presented the future to us. Because one man had the courage to think differently always. John Logie Baird was born on a cold and windy day in 1888 in the quiet coastal city of Helensburgh, Scotland. One day, he would change how the world saw itself, literally. His name was John Logie Baird, and although few could imagine it then, he would become known as the father of television. From a very young age, John was different. He was a fragile child, often plagued by illnesses, but his mind was truly unlimited. While other children played outside, John was busy inventing, fascinated by electricity, mechanics, and all invention. He assembled one of the first telephone systems between his house and his neighbors' houses, an early indication of the brilliance that awaited him. But at that time, he was nothing more than a curious child with a restless mind who contemplated the vast Scottish skies and dreamed of the impossible. His education was not remarkable. He was not a prodigy in the traditional sense, but he was always thinking. He attended the Royal Technical College of Glasgow and later enrolled at the University of Glasgow to study engineering. But his studies were interrupted by the First World War, and although he was not fit for military service due to his poor health, the war delayed his scientific pursuits. After the war, Baird ventured into several businesses, some successful and others not really. He tried to create rust-proof glass, a diamond-making machine, and even socks that would not wear out quickly. None of these inventions brought him fame, but failure never discouraged him at all. His true obsession lay elsewhere: television. At the beginning of the 20th century, radio had revolutionized communication, but Baird believed that there was something more, a way to transmit moving images through the air, just as radio transmitted sound. It was an idea that many dismissed as fantasy, but Baird was determined to prove them completely wrong. He moved to London in the early 1920s and set up a makeshift laboratory in a small attic space. His tools were primitive: pieces of bicycle cardboard, old radio tubes, and a tea box, but his imagination knew no limits. After years of tireless work, on October 2nd, 1925, Baird achieved the unthinkable. Using a rudimentary mechanical system, he transmitted the first live television image: the ghostly and flickering face of a ventriloquist doll. It was blurry and shadowy, but undeniably quite real. The dream of television had truly begun. Encouraged by his breakthrough, Baird organized a public demonstration on January 26, 1926, in a dimly lit laboratory in London's Soho district. A small audience, including members of the Royal Institution, gathered there to witness history unfold. Baird turned on his machine, and, for the first time ever, the face of his laboratory assistant was broadcast live across a screen. The room filled with exclamations of wonder. The television era had arrived. The invention of B was based on mechanical scanning by rotating discs to capture and show images. Although rudimentary, it worked, and the BBC soon noticed him. Soon experimental broadcasts began, and B became the face of an emerging industry. But the road was far from over. While B had pioneered mechanical television, a rival technology emerged: electronic television. This system, developed by Fof WTH and Vladimir Zarkin, used cathode ray tubes and was more efficient than B's rotating disc method. B fought fiercely for his mechanical system, demonstrating color television as early as 1928 and even developing an early version of 3D television. But by the late 1930s, the tide had turned and electronic television won the battle. The B system was gradually phased out, and he was relegated to the background in the industry he helped create. However, even in defeat, B did not stop dreaming. During the Second World War, the development of television stopped, but B continued to work on high-definition color television. He imagined a future in which there would be televisions in every home, broadcasting in bright colors and connecting people from all over the world. In 1944, he demonstrated the first fully electronic color television system, proving again that he was ahead of his time. However, his health was failing. The years of tireless work had taken their toll, and on June 14, 1946, John Lloyd B. passed away at 57. B's contributions to television were not forgotten. Although mechanical television disappeared, his pioneering spirit paved the way for the modern industry. Today, billions of people around the world turn on their screens every day to watch news, movies, sports, and entertainment, all because one man refused to stop believing in the impossible. From black and white to color, from small screens to giant screens, from still images to high-definition broadcasts, television has become one of the most powerful inventions of the modern era, and it all started with a ventriloquist doll in a small attic laboratory. When you close your eyes and fall asleep, imagine an era before television, a world where stories could only be heard, not seen. Now imagine a man sitting in a dimly lit room, adjusting cables and dials, watching the ghostly silhouette of a face flicker on a small screen for the first time. It was blurry, imperfect, but it was history being made. And today, as millions of screens glow in homes around the world, the dream of John Loeb lives on. Samuel Moore, on April 27, 1791, in the small town of Charlestown, Massachusetts, a boy was born who would change how the world communicates. His name was Samuel Finley Breeze Moore, and although history would remember him as the telegraph's inventor, his journey began with a very different dream. From a very early age, Morse was fascinated by art and science. His father, Gideon Morse, was a respected geographer and clergyman who instilled in young Samuel a love of knowledge and curiosity, but painting first captivated his heart. Little did he know that his artistic hands would shape technology's future. Morse attended Yale University, where he studied philosophy, mathematics, and electricity, but his true passion was painting. After graduating, he traveled to England to study with the great masters, perfecting his skills and dreaming of becoming one of the most important artists in the United States. For years, he put his whole soul into his paintings. He painted historical scenes, great portraits, and dramatic landscapes, earning admiration, but struggling to achieve true success. Despite his talent, he found it difficult to make a living as an artist, but fate had other plans. In 1825, while Morse was working on a portrait in Washington, D.C., he received a heartbreaking letter from his home. His wife had fallen ill and passed away. Devastated, he rushed back to New Haven, but when he arrived, she had already been buried. The slowness of communications had cost him the opportunity to say goodbye. This moment changed him forever. He began to wonder what would happen if messages could travel instantly instead of taking days or weeks. What if people could communicate over great distances in a matter of seconds? A new obsession was born. Morse focused his attention on the emerging field of electromagnetism. Inspired by experiments carried out in Europe, he became convinced that electrical signals could carry messages over long distances. Working with Leonard Gale, a scientist, and Alfred Vail, a skilled mechanic, Morse developed the first practical electromagnetic telegraph. Instead of transmitting voices or written letters, he sent messages through a system of dots and dashes, a new coded language that would become known as Morse code. After years of refinement, he was ready to demonstrate his invention to the world on May 24, 1844, in a room crowded with politicians and scientists. Morse prepared for his greatest test and, using his telegraph, sent the first official message from Washington, D.C. to Baltimore. The words he transmitted were simple but profound. "What hath God wrought?" When the answer arrived, the room erupted in amazement. The world had changed. Instant communication was now possible. The Morse invention spread rapidly. Telegraph lines were laid across America, connecting cities, companies, and newspapers. Information that previously took weeks to travel now moved in seconds. Governments and industries adopted the telegraph, and soon cables extended across oceans, forming the first transatlantic cable. The world was shrinking, getting closer thanks to the power of more inventions. For the first time in history, people could communicate across continents and borders, traversing time. Despite his success, Morse faced many challenges. His rivals tried to steal credit for his invention, and legal battles for patents exhausted him. But in 1858, his achievements were finally recognized when the United States government granted him $8,000, a fortune at that time. Honors came from all over the world, and Morse became a famous inventor. But despite everything, he remained humble and did not see himself as a businessman, but as a man who had simply helped humanity communicate. As he grew older, Morse continued to defend science and education and became a philanthropist who supported universities, artists, and inventors. On April 2nd, 1872, at the age of 80, Morse passed away in New York. Thousands attended his funeral, and tributes poured in from all over the world. However, his legacy had only just begun. The Morse telegraph laid the foundation for modern communication, from the telephone to the internet. All major technological advances owe something to his pioneering work. Although the telegraph itself disappeared over time, its principles remain alive in every text message, email, and satellite transmission. Today's world is more connected than ever thanks to the vision of a man who once dreamed of faster communication. In the whispers of each transmitted signal, his code continues to resonate around the world. Close your eyes and let yourself be carried away by your dreams. Imagine a time when news took weeks to arrive, when messages moved at the speed of horse carriages. Now imagine a man hunched over a wooden telegraph machine, carefully typing a message, a pause, a response, a world suddenly connected because Samuel Morse dared to believe in the impossible. The world is never out of reach. Samuel Colt, on July 19, 1814, in the bustling city of Hartford, Connecticut, a boy was born who would one day change the war industry and the history of the United States. His name was Samuel Colt, and from the moment he could play with tools, he was captivated by inventions. As a child, Colt was fascinated by machinery, chemistry, and especially firearms. He spent hours disassembling pistols to try to understand their mechanics, while other children played outside. Young Samuel dreamed of designing something revolutionary, a weapon that could fire several shots without reloading. Little did the world know that boy's dream would soon change the course of history. At the age of 16, Samuel Colt was sent to sea as a sailor on the Corvo, a trip that would change his life. It was during that time that he observed something extraordinary, the way the paddle wheel could rotate and lock into place by a ratchet mechanism. This gave him an idea. What if a firearm could use a similar rotating cylinder that would allow several bullets to be fired in a row? When he returned to the United States, he was determined to make his vision a reality. Colt wasted no time in developing his invention, and in 1836, at just 22 years old, he patented the first practical rotating firearm, a pistol that could fire 6 shots before having to be reloaded. The Colt Patterson, named after its first place of manufacture in Paterson, New Jersey, was born. Although the design was promising, early sales were slow, and Colt's first business venture struggled. Undeterred, he perfected his invention, improving the reliability and ease of use of the revolvers. His persistence would soon pay off. War was looming, and Colt's invention was about to find its place in history. The Texas Rangers were among the first to recognize the power of the Colt revolver in their battles against Native American warriors and outlaws. The ability to fire multiple shots without reloading proved invaluable to their success. Colt's reputation grew, and demand for his revolver skyrocketed. The war between Mexico and the United States, from 1846 to 1848, further consolidated the importance of his firearms, and the United States government placed large orders to reactivate Colt's fortune to meet the demand. Colt built a state-of-the-art firearms factory in Hartford, Connecticut, where he pioneered mass production techniques that would influence the industry for generations. Colt was not just an inventor. He was a businessman ahead of his time. He revolutionized chain manufacturing, ensuring that each revolver was manufactured with interchangeable parts. His factory became one of the most advanced in the world, with precision machinery and strict quality control. This method not only reduced production costs, but also made his weapons more reliable and efficient. In the 1850s, Colt's weapons were in the hands of soldiers, cowboys, and pioneers throughout the United States and beyond. As tensions increased in Estados Unidos, Colt revolvers were found on both sides of the Civil War. The Union Army bought large quantities of Colt weapons, while some early sales had also armed the Confederacy. Colt himself was a controversial figure. Although he supported the Union, he also sold weapons to various international buyers, prioritizing business over politics. His factory produced thousands of firearms, which further cemented his status as one of the most important manufacturers of his era. In the early 1860s, the Colt empire was unrivaled, but its time was running short. The relentless ambition and work ethic of Samuel Colt took its toll on his health, and on January 10, 1862, at the age of only 47, he passed away, leaving behind a company that would continue to make history, but But his story did not end with his death. His wife, Elizabeth Colt, took control of the company and guaranteed its survival and expansion under her leadership. CT Firearms remained a powerhouse in the industry, supplying weapons for decades to come. Colt's impact went beyond firearms. His innovations in mass production, marketing, and industrial efficiency influenced not only the manufacture of weapons, but modern industry as a whole. His name became legendary, immortalized in the Peacemaker pistol, one of the most iconic firearms of the American West, used by cowboys, sheriffs, and outlaws alike. Even today, Colt revolvers remain symbols of ingenuity, power, and the history of Estados Unidos. Close your eyes and let yourself be carried away by your dreams. Imagine yourself in the dust of the Old West, listening to the click of the cylinder of a revolver as it locks into place. Imagine the hum of a factory in Hartford, where precision machines turn steel into instruments of history. Because Samuel Colt dared to dream that the world would never be the same. Ares, the genius who measured the world on a sunny day in the year 287 A. C. In the bustling Greek city of Syracuse, a child was born who would become one of the most important men in history. One day, he would become one of the most brilliant minds in the history of mankind. His name was Archimedes de Syracuse, and, thanks to his mathematical brilliance, his engineering wonders, and his boundless curiosity, he would change the way humanity understood the world. Few figures of antiquity have left such a lasting legacy as Archimedes. His discoveries shaped physics, engineering, and mathematics, and even today his ideas continue to inspire scientists and inventors. Archimedes was born into a prosperous and scholarly family. His father, Phidon, was an astronomer, and, from an early age, Archimedes showed a deep fascination for numbers, shapes, and the mysteries of nature. Syracuse, an important center of Greek culture and commerce, was a city of great intellectual activity. The young Archimedes was sent to Alexandria, in Egypto, the intellectual capital of the ancient world, where he studied with the greatest mathematicians of his time, including Ostanes and Conandes. But while most of the scholars of the time focused on philosophy and rhetoric, Archimedes was different. He wanted to understand how the world worked through mathematics and mechanics. Archimedes' mathematical discoveries were astonishing. He was centuries ahead of his time and laid the foundations for integral calculus and mathematical physics. Some of his most profound contributions include the method of exhaustion, a precursor to modern calculus, which allowed him to calculate areas, volumes, and surfaces with remarkable precision, and the approximation of pi, one of the earliest and most accurate calculations of pi, an essential mathematical constant mathematical, and the geometric theorems. His work on conic sections, spirals, and the properties of circles would later influence Newton and modern geometry. His mathematical writings were so advanced that they remained unparalleled for almost 2,000 years. Archimedes was not only a mathematician, but also a master engineer and inventor. His mind conceived devices so ahead of their time that they bordered on science fiction, such as the Archimedes screw, a device that is still used today and is designed to raise water for irrigation. Drainage. The compound pulley revolutionized mechanics by developing pulley systems that allowed a single person to lift immense weights. The myth of the heat ray. Some ancient sources claim that Archimedes devised mirrors to concentrate sunlight and set enemy ships on fire. Although this idea remains a subject of debate, it remains a source of fascination. The Claw of Ards, a legendary war machine designed to defend Syracuse from naval attacks using levers and pulleys to capsize enemy ships. His practical knowledge of physics, in particular the laws of the lever and buoyancy, made him one of the most influential engineers of all time. Perhaps the most famous story about Archimedes is the legend of the Eureka moment. King Hiram II of Syracuse suspected that a goldsmith had cheated him by mixing silver into his gold crown. He asked Archimedes to determine if the crown was pure gold without melting it. One day, when Archimedes entered the bathtub, he noticed that the water level rose. Suddenly, he realized that an object displaces an amount of water equal to its volume. This discovery allowed him to determine the density of the crown by comparing it to pure gold. It is said that Archimedes, overcome with emotion, ran naked through the streets of Syracuse, shouting, "Eureka! I have found it!" This principle, known today as Archimedes' principle, remains fundamental in fluid mechanics. Despite his brilliance, Archimedes lived in a time of war and turmoil. During the Second Punic War, Rome besieged Syracuse in 212 BC. Using his war machines and ingenious tactics, Archimedes resisted the Romans for years, turning the city into an almost impenetrable fortress. But finally the Romans, under General Marcello's command, managed to break the defenses. The Roman commander had ordered that Archimedes' life be spared, but legend says that when a soldier found him absorbed in a mathematical problem, Archimedes dismissed him, saying, "Do not disturb my circles." Enraged, the soldier killed him on the spot, ending the life of one of them. Although his life was cut short, Archimedes' influence has never faded. His ideas shaped the development of calculus, physics, engineering, and technology for centuries. The Romans were able to conquer Syracuse, but they could never erase his brilliance. Today, his works are still studied, and his name is synonymous with ingenuity, scientific discovery, and brilliance. Tonight, when you close your eyes, imagine the golden light of the Syracuse coasts, the sound of waves breaking against the rocks, and a solitary thinker drawing circles in the sand. A man who saw the universe in numbers, in levers, in the simple rise and fall of water. So sleep well, dear dreamer, and remember, give me a place to stand, and I will move the earth. Pythagoras, the mystical mathematician who measured the universe on a serene Greek island in 570 BC. A child was born who would become one of history's most mysterious and influential mathematicians. His name was Pythagoras of Samos, and through his philosophy, his mathematical discoveries, and his almost mythical personality, he shaped the very foundations of mathematics, cosmology, and music. Few figures in history are as shrouded in mystery and legend as Pythagoras. His ideas would transform mathematics forever, but his life remains an enigma, a mix of history, myth, and philosophy. Even today, his name is immortalized in geometry's most famous theorem, the Pythagorean theorem. Pythagoras was born on the island of Samos, a thriving cultural and commercial center in the Aegean Sea. His father, Nicarchus, was a merchant, and his mother, Pythes, who, it is said, had prophetic dreams about his greatness before his birth. From a very young age, Pythagoras showed an extraordinary intellect and curiosity. He was fascinated by numbers, the stars, and nature's harmony. Aware of his potential, his parents sent him to travel the ancient world to study with the brightest minds. He traveled to Egypt, where he learned geometry, astronomy, and religious mysticism from Babylonian priests. He studied advanced mathematics, numerical systems, and the movement of celestial bodies. Some sources even claim he visited India, where he came into contact with Eastern philosophy and reincarnation. When he returned to Greece, he was no longer just a mathematician, but a teacher, a mystic, and a philosopher. Around 530 BC, Pythagoras abandoned Samos and traveled to Crotona, in present-day Italy, where he founded a secret, mystical school known as the Pythagorean Brotherhood. It was not just a place of learning, but a way of life. The Pythagoreans believed in mathematics as divine truth, and their teachings combined philosophy, rigorous discipline, and spirituality. Some of their fundamental beliefs included that numbers ruled the universe, that everything could be understood through numbers and mathematical relationships. The transmigration of the soul. Pythagoras taught that the soul was immortal and reincarnated in different beings, and the harmony of music and numbers. He discovered that musical notes corresponded to mathematical proportions, laying the foundations of musical theory. The members of his school were subject to strict rules of secrecy, and only the most devoted were initiated into deeper knowledge. But Pythagoras did more than create a mystical society. He revolutionized mathematics. Of all his discoveries, none is more famous than the Pythagorean theorem. In a right triangle, the square of the hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the squares of the other two sides. A superscript 2 plus b superscript 2 equals c superscript 2. Although the concept existed in Babylonian and Indian mathematics, Pythagoras formalized it, proved it, and made it a fundamental principle of geometry. This theorem is still taught in all mathematics classrooms and is the basis of physics, architecture, and trigonometry. Pythagoras saw mathematics not only as numbers, but as the structure of reality. He discovered that musical harmony is based on mathematical proportions, which led to the creation of the musical scale we still use today. He also believed that the planets moved according to mathematical laws, a concept later reflected in Kepler's laws of planetary motion. This idea of the music of the spheres suggested that the universe was a great symphony of harmony and proportion. For Pythagoras, mathematics was the language of gods. Despite all its influence, the Pythagorean Brotherhood was surrounded by enemies, controversy, and secrecy. Their exclusivity and mystical beliefs aroused the suspicions of rival factions and political leaders. Around 495 BC, a violent revolt broke out against the Pythagoreans. Their school was attacked and burned, and many of their followers were killed or exiled. Pythagoras either died in the attack or fled to Metaponto, where he lived his last days in exile. But although the man had disappeared, his ideas endured. The teachings of Pythagoras influenced Plato, Aristotle, and the development of Western thought. His mathematical and philosophical ideas laid the foundations for modern astronomy, physics, and geometry. His concept of numbers as the essence of all things inspired generations of mathematicians, from Euclid and Fibonacci to Newton and Einstein. His theorem remains one of the most fundamental and used in mathematics, even in the world of music. His mathematical proportions still define harmony and composition. Tonight, when you close your eyes, imagine the buzzing of the cosmos, the tranquil song of the numbers that form the structure of reality. Imagine a man with flowing tunics walking under the stars, whispering to students that all things are made of numbers. So sleep well, dear dreamer, and remember that there is geometry in the buzzing strings. There is music in the space between spheres. Euclid, the father of geometry, on a clear and tranquil night in ancient Greece, around the year 300 AC, a man sitting under the stars drew figures in sand. He was called Euclid of Alexandria, and, thanks to his rigorous logic, his mathematical precision, and the clarity of thought, he gained the title of Father of Geometry. Few mathematicians have left such a lasting mark on the world as Euclid. His book Elements became one of history's most influential texts, shaping the study of mathematics, logic, physics, and philosophy for more than 2,000 years. Even today, his work continues to form the base of geometry. Unlike other great thinkers of antiquity, very little is known about Euclid's personal life. He lived in Alexandria, Egypt, during the reign of Ptolemy I, a period when the city was becoming a center of learning of science and philosophy. He was a scholar in the Great Library of Alexandria, where he taught mathematics and compiled the knowledge of Greek geometry in a single structured work, an achievement that would withstand the passage of time. Although he did not leave any autobiographical writings, his influence is undeniable. His legacy endures, not in his personal history, but in the precision of his theorems, the beauty of his demonstrations, and the universality of his ideas. Euclid's most famous work, Elements, is considered one of the most important textbooks ever written. Composed of 13 books, it laid the foundations of what we today call Euclidean geometry. In its pages, Euclid distilled the work of previous Greek mathematicians, refining and expanding their discoveries. Elements is not only a book about geometry, but a logical structure in which each theorem is based on the previous one, creating an elegant and rigorous mathematical system. Some of his most fundamental contributions include axioms and postulates. Euclid introduced a system of evident truths on which all geometry is based. The parallel postulate, a revolutionary idea that defined the behavior of parallel lines, laid the foundation for modern geometric exploration. The Pythagorean theorem, although discovered by Pythagoras, Euclid provided a rigorous proof of this fundamental principle. The theory of proportions, essential both in mathematics and physics, allows a deeper understanding of proportions and measurements. The techniques of geometric construction to create triangles, circles, and perfect polygons, the base of architecture and engineering. What makes the Elements truly remarkable is that it was used as the definitive mathematics textbook for more than 2,000 years, from ancient scholars to modern classrooms. The logic of Euclid has continued to be a guide in mathematical reasoning. The impact of Euclid was much beyond the lines, the angles, and the forms. His work influenced some of the most important mathematicians, scientists, and philosophers in history, such as Archimedes, who based himself on the principles of Euclid to advance in physics and engineering. Isaac Newton, who based himself on the geometry of Euclid to formulate the calculus in physics. Albert Einstein, who challenged the concepts of Euclid in the development of general relativity, which led to non-Euclidean geometries. And philosophers like Descartes and Kant, who saw the geometry of Euclid as a model for rational thought and logical structure. The method of logical deduction and the reasoning based on the proof of Euclid became the backbone of scientific investigation, influencing disciplines much beyond mathematics. Despite his legendary status, Euclid remains an enigma. The stories about his humility and dedication to teaching endure in ancient writings. A legend tells that King Ptolemy asked if there was an easier way to learn geometry than the elements, to which Euclid responded, "There is no royal road to geometry." This simple but profound reflects the belief of Euclid that knowledge is obtained by means of study, discipline, and logical thought, a truth that continues being valid today. The Elements of Euclid continued to be copied, studied, and venerated throughout history. It was one of the first printed books after the invention of the printing press, which guaranteed its influence would endure in the modern world. Even today, its principles form the base of modern geometry, architecture, engineering, computer science, and physics. His logical approach remains a cornerstone of scientific thought and mathematical education. Although he did not leave behind a great temple nor an imposing monument, Euclid's true legacy is eternal and interwoven in the very fabric of mathematics. Tonight, when you close your eyes, imagine a great room full of parchments, the flickering light of the oil lamps, and a silent figure drawing circles and perfect triangles on a parchment, a teacher who saw the order in the chaos, the certainty in the uncertainty, and the beauty in the logic of the universe. So sleep well, dear dreamer, and remember that the laws of nature are but the mathematical thoughts of God. Hypatia, the last light of ancient knowledge in the bustling city of Alexandria, where the brightest minds of antiquity met, a brilliant woman rose to fame in the 4th century AC, a woman who would become one of the most renowned mathematicians, astronomers, and philosophers of her time. Her name was Hypatia, and, thanks to her wisdom, courage, and devotion to knowledge, she would be celebrated as one of the last great scholars of the ancient world. Few figures in history have embodied the search for truth and reason as Hypatia did in an era when political and religious turmoil threatened intellectual freedom. She stood firm as a beacon of knowledge, inquiry, and intrepid thought. Born around the year 360 A, Hypatia was daughter of Theon of Alexandria, a respected mathematician and philosopher. Unlike most girls of her time, she was encouraged to learn, explore, and think critically. Her father recognized her potential and trained her in mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy, with the idea that she would not simply inherit knowledge, but would advance it as a young scholar. Hypatia traveled throughout the Mediterranean, studying in Athens and Rome, where she absorbed Neoplatonism, a school of thought that emphasized reason, the search for truth, and the connection between mathematics and the divine. When she returned to Alexandria, Hypatia had become one of the most erudite minds of her time, and her influence would soon extend far beyond her city. Hypatia became the director of the Platonic school of Alexandria, where she taught mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy. Unlike many contemporaries, she did not teach in secret. Her classes were open to all and brought together students from all over the empire, regardless of their gender or background. Her students described her as a gifted speaker, a patient teacher, and a seeker of truth. She wrote extensively, although much of her work has been lost over time. Some of her contributions include commentaries on Euclid's Elements, which she refined and expanded, and the fundamental text of geometry, making it more accessible to future scholars. Astronomical observations. Hypatia participated in improving the design of the astrolabe, one of the first instruments used to map the stars and calculate celestial movements. Mathematical advances. She contributed to the development of algebra and number theory, marking the course of mathematics. Her influence was so profound that even Roman governors and political leaders sought her advice, recognizing her wisdom and impartial judgment. However, her prominence also made her a target. At the beginning of the 5th century, it was a time of great political and religious conflict. Christianity had become the dominant force in the Roman Empire, and tensions between pagans, Christians, and political factions in Alexandria were reaching a breaking point. Hypatia, although not a political figure, was seen as a symbol of classical learning and the values of scientific inquiry, which were increasingly viewed with suspicion by radical Christian factions. She had close ties with Orestes, the Roman governor of Egypt, who was in direct conflict with Cyril, the powerful bishop of Alexandria. Rumors spread that Hypatia was a pagan witch, a heretic, and an enemy of Christianity. The mobs, fueled by fanaticism, accused her of corrupting young minds and resisting the faith. In the year 415 A.D., Hypatia was ambushed by a violent mob while traveling through the city. They dragged her from her chariot, took her to a church, and brutally murdered her. Her death marked the end of an era, the symbolic fall of the great intellectual tradition of Alexandria, when religious extremism took over the city. That had been the heart of knowledge. Although her life was cut short, the legacy of Hypatia has endured. She became a symbol of wisdom, reason, and the pursuit of knowledge, inspiring countless generations of scientists, philosophers, and mathematicians. Her story reminds us that intellectual freedom is fragile and that the pursuit of truth often comes at a high cost. Today, Hypatia is celebrated as a martyr of science and reason, a woman who challenged ignorance with enlightenment, fear with research, and superstition with logic. Her name has been honored in craters on the moon, asteroids in space, and institutions dedicated to science and learning. She lives on in the equations she perfected, in the mind she inspired, and in the courage she embodied. Tonight, when you close your eyes, imagine the great halls of the Library of Alexandria, where scrolls of knowledge filled endless shelves and where a brilliant woman walked among the stars of thought. Imagine a world where reason triumphs over ignorance, where the flame of wisdom never goes out. So sleep well, dear dreamer, and remember that you have the right to think, because even thinking wrongly is better than not thinking at all. Fibonacci, the man who gave life to numbers, was born in the medieval city of Pisa, Italy, in the year 1170, a child who would change the way the world understood numbers. His name was Leonardo Fibonacci, and thanks to his innovative work in mathematics, he would introduce the Hindu-Arabic numerical system and the famous sequence that now bears his name to the Western world. Few mathematicians have had as profound an impact as Fibonacci. His ideas transformed finance, science, and nature, and his work remains fundamental to modern mathematics, coding, and even art. Leonardo Fibonacci was the son of Guglielmo Bonacci, a wealthy merchant who oversaw a trading post in Bugia, present-day Beja, Algeria, a bustling port in North Africa. It was there, among the merchants and scholars of the Islamic world, that the young Fibonacci first came into contact with a revolutionary way of writing numbers. At that time, Europe still depended on the cumbersome system of Roman numerals, which made complex calculations slow and inefficient. But in Bugia, Fibonacci discovered the Hindu-Arabic numerical system, a system that used 10 digits from 0 to 9 and positional value, which made arithmetic much simpler and more powerful. Realizing its potential, Fibonacci dedicated himself to mastering mathematics, traveling throughout the Mediterranean and studying with the best Arab and Indian mathematicians of the time. He absorbed knowledge from Egypt, Syria, Greece, and Sicily, and upon his return to Italy, he was determined to share what he had learned with the world. In 1202, Fibonacci published his masterpiece, Liber Abaci, the Book of Calculation. In this revolutionary work, he introduced the Hindu-Arabic numerical system to Europe, demonstrating how it could be used to perform simple arithmetic operations such as addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, which made accounting and trade much more efficient. Fibonacci showed how merchants could use the system for currency exchange, interest calculation, and accounting, as well as algebraic equations. His work paved the way for future advances in algebra and calculus, although it took centuries for Hindu-Arabic numbers to completely replace Roman numerals. Fibonacci's work sowed the seeds of mathematical modernization in Europe, but the Liber Abaci contained much more than numbers. It introduced the world to the Fibonacci sequence, a mathematical pattern that appears in nature, art, and architecture. While exploring a problem related to the population growth of rabbits, Fibonacci came across a sequence of numbers that would become one of the most famous patterns in mathematics. 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34. Each number in the sequence is the sum of the two preceding numbers. Although Fibonacci originally conceived it as a theoretical model, this sequence turned out to describe patterns found throughout the natural world. Flower petals. Many flowers have petals in Fibonacci numbers. For example, daisies have 3. Sunflowers usually have 34. Spirals and Fibonacci patterns. Pineapples and pine cones. Their scales grow in spirals that follow Fibonacci numbers. Hurricanes and galaxies. The spiral arms of hurricanes and galaxies obey Fibonacci ratios. Anatomy Fibonacci. Patterns. Pineapples and pine cones. Their scales grow in spirals following the Fibonacci numbers. The hurricanes and the galaxies. The spiral arms of the hurricanes and the galaxies obey the Fibonacci proportions. Human anatomy. The proportions of our hands, arms, and faces follow Fibonacci proportions. The sequence is closely related to the golden ratio F, approximately 16:18, a mathematical proportion considered aesthetically perfect and found in famous works of art, architecture, and nature. The genius of Fibonacci did not go unnoticed. His work caught the attention of the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire Federico II, who invited him to his court, recognizing him as one of the most important mathematicians of the time. However, Fibonacci never sought fame. His contributions shaped centuries of mathematical thought. The Fibonacci sequence would influence the artists and architects of the Renaissance, who used the golden ratio in their masterpieces, and stock market analysts, who used the Fibonacci retracement levels to predict price movements, in computer scientists, who apply the Fibonacci numbers in algorithms and data structures, and in nature lovers, who continue to find new examples of Fibonacci spirals in the world around us. Despite his profound influence, Fibonacci remained relatively unknown in his time, as his ideas were too advanced for medieval Europe, and his work was eclipsed by later mathematicians who built on his discoveries. It was not until the 19th century that historians and mathematicians rediscovered his genius and christened the famous sequence with his name. Today, Fibonacci's name is everywhere, from financial markets to botanical gardens, from digital computing to the deepest mysteries of the cosmos. His contributions laid the foundations for modern mathematics, reminding us that patterns exist everywhere, waiting to be discovered. Tonight, when you close your eyes, imagine the spirals of a sunflower, the rhythm of waves, and the elegant unfolding of a fern. Imagine the son of a merchant centuries ago, tracing numbers in the sand, unaware that he was revealing the hidden order of the universe. So sleep well, dear dreamer, and remember that numbers are the language in which the universe is written. Carl Friedrich Gauss, the Prince of Mathematics in the city of Brunswick, Germany, on a cold April day of 1777. A child was born who would revolutionize mathematics, physics, and astronomy. His name was Carl Friedrich Gauss, and thanks to his unparalleled intellect, he would earn the title Prince of Mathematics. Few minds in history have been as brilliant, versatile, and influential as Gauss's. His discoveries reformulated number theory, calculus, geometry, and the very foundations of science, leaving a legacy that continues to shape our understanding of the world. Gauss's mathematical brilliance was evident from an early age. According to legend, at age 3, he corrected a mathematical error in his father's payroll. At 7, he surprised his teacher by quickly solving a difficult addition problem. The problem consisted of adding the numbers from 1 to 100, while his classmates struggled to solve it. The young Gauss found a pattern. The sum of the first and last number, 1 plus 100 is equal to 101, was equal to the sum of 2 plus 99, and so on. He realized that there were 50 pairs of 101, resulting in 50 times 101 is equal to 100 asterisk 101/2. His teacher was so impressed that he immediately recognized Gauss's extraordinary mathematical talent. With the support of the Duke of Brunswick, Gauss continued his education at the University of Göttingen, where he quickly made revolutionary contributions to number theory. At only 21, Gauss published his masterpiece, Disquisitiones Arithmeticae, in 1801, a work that laid the foundations of modern number theory. Some of his most important discoveries include the fundamental theorem of algebra, which demonstrates that every polynomial equation has at least one solution in complex numbers, modular arithmetic, which created a system that would later influence cryptography and computer science, and the prime number theorem, which studies the distribution of prime numbers, a cornerstone of modern mathematics. His work was so advanced that it remains essential for modern mathematical research more than 2 centuries later. In 1801, Italian astronomer Giuseppe Piazzi discovered a small series of celestial bodies, but soon lost track of them. The scientific community was unable to predict its location, but Gauss, applying his mathematical genius, developed a new method of orbital determination using only 3 observations. He calculated the series' exact position, which allowed astronomers to rediscover it. His method became the basis of celestial mechanics, revolutionizing how scientists track planets, asteroids, and even spacecraft today. Gauss's mind was not limited to pure mathematics. He also pioneered non-Euclidean geometry, exploring the idea that space itself might not be flat. Although he never published his findings, his ideas paved the way for Lobachevsky's work and, eventually, Einstein's general theory of relativity. He also made important contributions to differential geometry, demonstrating that surfaces could have intrinsic curvature. His work led to the concept of Gaussian curvature, which remains fundamental in modern physics and geometry. Gauss's genius extended far beyond pure mathematics and magnetism. He formulated Gauss's law, one of Maxwell's equations, which describes how electric and magnetic fields behave. In statistics, he developed the Gaussian distribution, the bell curve, fundamental in probability theory, economics, psychology, data science, topography, and engineering. Gauss helped map the Kingdom of Hanover using advanced geodesy techniques, further demonstrating his mathematical genius in real-world applications. His work influenced modern physics, economics, and even artificial intelligence, demonstrating that his mind was not limited by a single discipline, unlike many contemporaries. Gauss was a reserved and meticulous person and only published what he considered absolutely perfect. He often kept his discoveries to himself, waiting years before revealing them. Some of his notebooks contained ideas that were later discovered independently by others. He rejected prestigious positions at universities and decided to stay in Göttingen, where he worked as a professor and director of the observatory. He dedicated his life to the pursuit of knowledge and to solving problems that would shape future generations of scientists and mathematicians. When he passed away in 1855, the world lost a brilliant mind, but his work lives on in almost every branch of mathematics and science. Today, Gauss's name appears in laws, equations, and mathematical models throughout the scientific world, from the trajectories of planets to the movement of electricity, from statistics to cryptography. His influence is everywhere. Tonight, when you close your eyes, imagine a child tracing numbers in the earth, seeing patterns in the world that nobody else noticed. Imagine a man standing under the stars, unveiling the secrets of the universe with pure thought. So sleep well, dear dreamer, and remember that mathematics is the queen of sciences and number theory is the queen of mathematics. Leonhard Euler, the master of mathematics. On a fresh April morning in 1707, in the city of Basel, Switzerland, a child was born who redefined the very structure of mathematics. His name was Leonhard Euler, and, thanks to his unequaled genius, he would become one of the most influential, prolific, and venerated mathematicians in history. Few minds have equaled the depth, the creativity, and the output of Euler. His contributions spanned calculus, number theory, geometry, physics, and even music theory, shaping the way we understand the universe today. Euler was born into a modest family, the son of a pastor. His father, Paul Euler, hoped that he would follow in his footsteps and join the clergy. However, the true talent of the young Leonhard was not in theology, but in mathematics. At 13 years old, he enrolled in the University of Basel, where he studied with Johann Bernoulli, one of the greatest mathematicians of the time. Bernoulli immediately recognized Euler's exceptional ability, cultivating his talent and encouraging him to pursue a career in mathematics. At 17 years old, Euler had already obtained his master's degree and was preparing for a life full of discoveries. In 1727, at only 20 years old, he was invited to join the prestigious Imperial Academy of Sciences of St. Petersburg, Russia. Although the academy had suffered political upheaval, Euler's arrival marked the beginning of a golden age in mathematics and science. He quickly ascended in the ranks, making revolutionary contributions in graph theory, solving the problem of the 7 bridges of Königsberg, laying the foundations of modern network theory, mathematical notation, introducing Euler's number E, the pi sigma sum, and the F, X notation, which are now standard in mathematics, differential equations, revolutionizing the study of calculus with new techniques that transformed engineering and physics, number theory, discovering patterns in prime numbers, inspiring the future work of Gauss and Ramanujan. His work was so prolific that his name appears in almost every field of mathematics. In 1741, Euler moved to Berlin after accepting an invitation from Frederick the Great of Prussia. For 25 years, he worked at the Academy of Berlin, where he wrote some of his most famous works, including Introduction to Infinite Analysis, which formalized the concept of functions and infinite series. Despite political tensions and academic rivalries, Euler continued to make revolutionary discoveries, but tragedy struck when he lost sight in one eye due to overwork. Undeterred, he continued writing thanks to his extraordinary ability for mental calculation. Later, Euler returned to St. Petersburg, where he continued working even after losing his sight completely. Surprisingly, he produced half of his work while dictating treatises and formulas from memory. Euler's genius had no limits, and his discoveries shaped mathematics and science in countless ways. Euler's formula E caret I pi plus 1 is equal to 0, a profound equation that relates exponents, trigonometry, and complex numbers, is often called the most beautiful equation in mathematics. Euler's polyhedral formula, V E plus F equals 2, is a fundamental result in topology and geometry that influences everything from modern architecture to theoretical physics. Euler's gamma constant, defined in harmonic series, later influenced calculus, analysis, and number theory. His equations on the movement of fluids remain fundamental in engineering, aerodynamics, and physics. Euler even explored the mathematics of harmony and musical composition, demonstrating his boundless curiosity. Euler published more than 850 articles and books, an unmatched output that shaped entire disciplines. Despite losing his sight, Euler remained one of the most productive mathematicians in history. He dictated complex equations from memory without making a single mistake, impressing scholars with his mental agility. His students and assistants marveled at his ability to solve entire problems in his head, performing calculations that took others weeks. His memory was legendary. He could recite the entire Aeneid from memory and mentally calculate tables of logarithms. Euler's life was dedicated to the tireless pursuit of knowledge, and his enthusiasm for mathematics never waned. On September 18, 1783, at the age of 76, Euler passed away peacefully while discussing a newly discovered planet. He spent his last moments immersed in mathematical thoughts, a fitting end to a life dedicated to numbers. His impact did not fade with his passing. Euler's contributions remain the basis of countless scientific disciplines, and his methods continue guiding mathematicians, physicists, and engineers today. Many consider him the greatest mathematician of all time, as his work spans almost every field of mathematics, physics, and applied sciences. Tonight, when you close your eyes, imagine a scholar sitting by candlelight, effortlessly weaving numbers into the language of the universe. Imagine a man who, even in the dark, could see the beauty of mathematics more clearly than anyone before or since. So sleep well, dear dreamer, and remember that nothing happens in the world whose meaning is not that of some maximum or minimum. Bernhard Riemann, the mathematician who redefined reality, on a quiet autumn morning in 1826 in the small town of Brent, Germany. A child was born who would unravel the very structure of space, numbers, and the universe itself. His name was Bernhard Riemann, and, through his innovative ideas, he would lay the foundations of modern geometry, physics, and number theory. Few mathematicians have pushed the boundaries of thought as Riemann did. His revolutionary ideas influenced Einstein's theory of relativity, the study of prime numbers, and even modern physics. Although he lived only 39 years, his impact remains immeasurable. Born into a poor family of Lutheran pastors, Riemann grew up in a deeply religious home. From a very young age, he showed an extraordinary talent for mathematics. His father encouraged his studies, but resources were scarce. Riemann's voracious appetite for learning led him to devour math books, often completing advanced texts in days. At age 14, his teacher gave him Leandre's book on number theory for advanced scholars. Riemann read the entire text in a week and immediately began working on his own mathematical proofs. Although he was destined for theology, his undeniable brilliance in mathematics led his father to allow him to study at the University of Göttingen, where he met Carl Friedrich Gauss, one of the greatest mathematicians of all time. Gauss immediately recognized Riemann's genius and encouraged his work. At the heart of Riemann's legacy lies one of the most famous unsolved problems in mathematics, the Riemann hypothesis. In 1859, Riemann published an article on the distribution of prime numbers in which he proposed that the zeta function, a complex mathematical function, contains a hidden pattern in its zeros. He suggested that all non-trivial zeros lie on a specific vertical line, the critical line, in the complex plane. This seemingly simple statement is one of the deepest mysteries in mathematics. If the Riemann hypothesis were proven true, profound insights would be gained into prime numbers, encryption, and mathematical structures. It remains one of the 7 millennium problems, with a prize of $1 million for whoever solves it. Riemann did not stop at number theory, but revolutionized geometry in a way that would later change physics itself. His most innovative achievement was the introduction of Riemannian geometry, which extended Euclidean geometry to curved spaces. His ideas gave rise to the concept of variety, which generalizes surfaces to higher dimensions, laying the foundations for differential geometry and curvature tensors, a powerful mathematical tool for describing how space curves, demonstrating that space is not necessarily flat, but can be curved, which influenced in his famous lecture on the high hypotheses underlying the foundations of geometry. Riemann suggested that space itself could be curved by mass and energy, an idea that Einstein would later use to describe gravity and space-time. Without Riemann's ideas, general relativity would never have been possible. Rand's ideas not only reconfigure mathematics, but reconfigured reality itself. His work influenced Einstein's theory of general relativity. The structure of space-time follows the Riemann curvature. The wave functions of quantum mechanics and probability spaces are modeled using Riemannian structures. String theory and higher dimensions. Modern physics explores Rand's concepts in multidimensional spaces beyond human perception. Rand's mathematical vision predicted the shape of the universe itself long before the technology existed to prove it. Despite his immense genius, Rand's health was fragile. He suffered from tuberculosis, a disease that eventually shortened his life in 1866 at the age of 39. He passed away in Salassa, Italy. Leaving his health was fragile. He suffered from tuberculosis, a disease that would eventually shorten his life in 1866 at the age of 39. He passed away in Salassa, Italy, leaving a legacy that would shape the next 2 centuries of mathematics and physics. His unpublished notes contained ideas that were decades ahead of their time, some of which modern mathematicians are still exploring today. Tonight, when you close your eyes, imagine the invisible curves of space, the silent dance of numbers, and the invisible patterns that govern the universe. Imagine a quiet scholar sitting under the stars, sketching the equations that would define our reality centuries later. Sleep well, dear dreamers, and remember, if only I had more time. Blaise Pascal, the mind that united science and faith. On a cold morning in June 1623, in the bustling city of Clermont-Ferrand, France, a boy was born who would become one of the brightest and most paradoxical thinkers in history. His name was Blaise Pascal, and, thanks to his extraordinary intellect, he would revolutionize mathematics, physics, philosophy, and theology, leaving a legacy that continues to inspire and challenge the world. Few minds have ever possessed such a breadth of genius. Pascal's contributions range from the invention of the first mechanical calculator to the establishment of the foundations of probability theory, from pioneering fluid mechanics to elaborating some of the most profound reflections on human nature and faith. Pascal's brilliance was evident from an early age, raised by his father, Étienne Pascal, a respected mathematician. Young Blaise was encouraged to explore science and logic, but his father forbade him from studying mathematics until he mastered Latin and Greek. Curious and rebellious. At the age of 12, Pascal secretly discovered geometry on his own, independently deducing many of the theorems of ID. When his father discovered him, he realized his son's extraordinary talent and allowed him to study mathematics freely. At the age of 16, Pascal wrote his first mathematical treatise, Essay on the Method for Solving Conics, a brilliant study on conic sections that surprised the mathematicians of the time, including René Descartes. In his late teens, Pascal became fascinated by mechanical calculation to help his father, who worked as a tax collector. Pascal designed and built the Pascaline, one of the first mechanical calculators in history. This primitive adding machine laid the foundations for modern computing, but his genius did not stop there. In the 1650s, Pascal and Pierre de Fermat engaged in a revolutionary exchange that led to the birth of probability theory. His discoveries laid the foundations for statistics, economics, and game theory, influencing everything from insurance models to today's artificial intelligence. His work in the field of probability remains so fundamental that the triangular matrix of numbers, the Pascal triangle that shows the binomial coefficients, still bears his name. Pascal was also a pioneer in the theory of fluid mechanics and pressure. His experiments showed air has weight and atmospheric pressure varies with altitude. His studies led to the formulation of Pascal's law, which states that the pressure applied to a confined fluid is transmitted equally in all directions. This principle became the basis for hydraulics, enabling modern inventions like hydraulic presses, brakes, and pumps. His famous experiment in Puy-de-Dôme, showing that atmospheric pressure decreases with altitude, revolutionized our understanding of air pressure and laid the foundation for barometers and meteorology. Despite his scientific achievements, Pascal's final years took a profound turn toward philosophy and theology. In 1654, after a carriage accident that almost took his life, he experienced what he described as a mystical vision, leading him to dedicate his life to religious thought. He abandoned much of his scientific work and focused on writing about faith, human nature, and reason's limits. His most famous theological work, Pensées, remains a profound exploration of belief, doubt, and the search for meaning within them. Pascal introduced his famous wager, a philosophical argument suggesting it is rational to believe in God because if he exists, the believer obtains infinite rewards, while the non-believer risks infinite loss. This argument remains among the most debated ideas in philosophy and theology, influencing debates about faith and rationality to this day. Pascal's health was always fragile, and the years of intense study, fasting, and self-discipline took a toll on his body. He died in 1662 at the young age of 39, leaving behind unfinished works that still shape mathematics, physics, and philosophy today. His influence remains present in probability theory, fluid dynamics, philosophy, and religious thought. His name endures in the Pascal triangle, Pascal's law, the Pascal wager, and even the Pascal programming language. Although he passed away young, Pascal's mind transcended centuries, demonstrating that both reason and faith have a place in human understanding. Tonight, when you close your eyes, imagine a young man in the light of a candle building a calculator, measuring the air and writing thoughts that would challenge the minds of generations, a man who sought to understand both the mysteries of science and the depths of the soul. So sleep well, dear dreamer, and remember that the heart has reasons which reason does not know. David Hilbert, the architect of modern mathematics. On a cold January morning in 1862, in the small city of Königsberg, Prussia, now Kaliningrad, Russia, a boy was born who would become one of the greatest architects of modern mathematics. His name was David Hilbert, and thanks to his profound vision, he would lay the foundations of axiomatic mathematical logic, formal logic, and the search for the unification of all mathematics. Few minds have influenced mathematics as much as Hilbert. His contribution encompasses algebra, geometry, number theory, and mathematical logic, and has influenced Einstein's theory of relativity, quantum mechanics, and the very philosophy of mathematics. Hilbert was born into a world where mathematics was still fragmented, with different fields developing independently. But from a very young age, he had an unwavering faith in the unity of mathematics, a faith that would define his life. At 18, Hilbert entered the University of Kingsburg, where he quickly became known for his extraordinary intellect. Under the tutelage of Ferdinand von Lindermann, he developed a fascination with pure mathematics, especially in the areas of algebra and geometry. When he completed his doctorate in 1885, Hilbert was already considered a rising star destined to revolutionize mathematics. In 1899, Hilbert published his groundbreaking work Foundations of Geometry, in which he completely restructured Euclidean geometry, drawing inspiration from Euclid's elements. Hilbert sought to establish geometry on a rigorous set of axioms free from assumptions. His system of axiomatic reasoning was revolutionary and influenced formal logic, laying the foundations for mathematical proof systems and modern geometry, providing a rigorous basis for the subject and mathematical philosophy, influencing the formalist approach that sees mathematics as a system built on logical rules. Hilbert's vision was clear. Mathematics had to be built on solid logical foundations, a belief that would shape his most important work. At the International Congress of Mathematicians in 1900, Hilbert presented a bold vision for the future of mathematics, 23 unsolved problems that, in his opinion, were key to the future of this discipline. These problems encompassed all major branches of mathematics, including the continuum hypothesis, one of the most famous problems in set theory, the Riemann hypothesis, a profound question about prime numbers that remains unsolved, and problems in mathematical physics that would later influence quantum mechanics and general relativity. Hilbert's problems became a guide for 20th century mathematics, inspiring countless discoveries and advances. Even today, many remain unsolved, challenging the brightest minds. Hilbert's genius was not limited to pure mathematics. His work profoundly influenced modern physics. In 1915, while Albert Einstein struggled to formulate general relativity, Hilbert independently derived Einstein's field equations, describing how gravity curves space and time. Although Einstein eventually completed his theory, Hilbert's contributions to the mathematical formulation of relativity were invaluable. His insights into functional analysis and differential equations helped shape the mathematical tools used in quantum mechanics, relativity, and modern physics. Hilbert firmly believed that all mathematical problems could be solved with logic and calculation. His vision of mathematics as a complete and coherent system led him to propose the Scheidung problem or the decision problem. Can a mathematical statement be determined as true or false determined as true or false by a finite set of steps? But in 1931, Hilbert's dream was shattered when Kurt Gödel published his incompleteness theorems, showing that some mathematical truths can never be proven within a given system. This discovery shook the very foundations of formal mathematics. Later, in 1936, Alan Turing proved that the Scheidung problem was unsolvable, thus laying the foundations of modern computer science. Despite this, Hilbert's influence endured, as his work inspired the birth of formal logical calculus and artificial intelligence. In the last years of his life, Hilbert witnessed the rise of modern physics and computer science, both shaped by his mathematical innovations. However, he also saw the world plunge into war, and many of his colleagues and students flee Nazi Germany. He passed away in 1943, but his ideas continued to shape the future of mathematics and science. Today, the name of Hilbert is immortalized in Hilbert space, a fundamental concept in quantum mechanics and functional analysis. The Hilbert's Nullstellensatz, a cornerstone of algebraic geometry. The Hilbert program, a great vision for the logical foundations of mathematics. His influence extends to physics, computer science, artificial intelligence, and beyond, making him one of the most enduring figures in mathematics history. Tonight, when you close your eyes, imagine a mind wandering through the vast corridors of numbers, equations, and logic, searching for the ultimate truths of the universe. Imagine a scholar who dared challenge the unknown, leaving a roadmap for future generations. So sleep well, dear dreamer, and remember that we must know, we will know. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, the scholar who dreamed in numbers. One spring day in 1646, in the heart of the Holy Roman Empire, a child was born who would become one of the brightest and most versatile minds in history. His name was Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, and his intellect knew no limits. He was a mathematician, philosopher, logician, diplomat, and engineer, a man who sought to unify all knowledge. Few thinkers have had such profound influence. Leibniz's discoveries paved the way for calculus, computer science, and modern logic, and his philosophical ideas shaped metaphysics and rationalism for centuries. Leibniz was born in Leipzig, Germany, in a world marked by the 30 Years' War. His father, a professor of philosophy, died when Leibniz was only 6 years old, leaving him an extensive library that became the young man's best teacher. At the age of 12, Leibniz had learned Latin and Greek self-taught, reading classical works on philosophy, law, and mathematics. At the age of 15, he entered the University of Leipzig, where he completed his bachelor's degree in philosophy at 17 and his doctorate in law at 20. His insatiable thirst for knowledge led him to travel around Europe, where he corresponded with the brightest minds of his time, from Isaac Newton to Baruch Spinoza. At the end of the 17th century, Leibniz developed what he called differential calculus, independently creating rules for derivatives, integrals, and infinitesimals. Isaac Newton had been working on similar ideas in England, leading to one of the most bitter disputes in the history of mathematics: the controversy between Newton and Leibniz. Newton's supporters accused Leibniz of plagiarism, while Leibniz's supporters defended his originality. Today, historians agree that both developed calculus independently, but Lie's notation, dx die integral for integration, is the one that is still used today, as it proved to be more elegant and practical. Despite the controversy, Leibniz's calculus laid the foundations for modern mathematics and physics, influencing fields from engineering to quantum mechanics. Leibniz was not satisfied with mathematics. He wanted to create a universal symbolic language, a system in which all human thought could be expressed logically and resolved systematically. This vision led him to develop binary numbers, zeros and ones, the system that underlies all modern computer science. His ideas on formal logic would later inspire George Boole and, ultimately, Alan Turing, who laid the foundations for artificial intelligence and modern computers. His dream of a universal symbolic logic was centuries ahead of its time, foreshadowing the development of computer programming languages and symbolic AI. Leibniz was also a mechanical genius who designed one of the first mechanical calculators, the step reckoner. Unlike previous devices, his machine could perform the 4 arithmetic operations: addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. This invention was a precursor to modern computers, demonstrating that machines could systematically process calculations, a revolutionary idea for the time. Beyond mathematics and machines, Leibniz was a profound and original philosopher who developed a metaphysical system that attempted to explain the nature of reality itself. His theory of monads, small, indivisible elements of reality that interact in harmony, was his way of describing the structure of existence. Although largely abandoned today, it influenced later philosophical debates about consciousness and metaphysics. Leibniz also argued that we live in the best of all possible worlds, a statement that was quoted by Volta in Candide Ut, and that reflected the deep faith in rationality and divine order, despite having been eclipsed by Newton in his time. Leibniz's ideas survived the controversy, and his influence extends to mathematics, calculus, algebra, topology, combinatorics, computer science, binary logic, mechanical calculation, symbolic reasoning, philosophy, rationalism, metaphysics, epistemology, and linguistics. His vision of a universal language anticipated modern formal logic and artificial intelligence. Even today, his name endures in the Leibniz rule, the Leibniz integral, and the Leibniz-Clark correspondence, marking him as one of history's most influential scholars. Tonight, when you close your eyes, imagine a man hunched over in the light of a candle, with a pen in his hand, sketching the symbols that would one day power the digital world. Imagine a mind that dreamed of uniting all knowledge, all logic, all thought into a single, elegant system. So sleep well, dear dreamer, and remember that the present is pregnant with the future. Joseph Louis Lagrange, the master of mathematical harmony. On a cool January morning in Turin, Italy, a child was born who would compose some of the most elegant mathematical symphonies the world has ever seen. His name was Joseph Louis Lagrange, and thanks to his revolutionary insights into calculus, mechanics, and number theory, he would shape the course of modern physics and mathematics. Few minds have intertwined mathematics and physics so perfectly. Lagrange's contributions range from perfecting Newtonian mechanics to laying the foundations for Einstein's relativity and quantum physics. His equations guide everything from the movement of planets to the stability of bridges and spaceships. Lagrange's path to greatness was not set in stone. Unlike many mathematical prodigies, he showed no early signs of brilliance. In fact, as a child, he showed more interest in literature than in numbers. But at 17, he came across the works of the famous astronomer Edmund Halley, and something inside him awakened. From that moment on, he dedicated himself to mathematics with a burning passion, teaching himself calculus, algebra, and mechanics. Without formal training, at 19 years old, he was already making original discoveries in the calculus of variations, a field that would become one of his great contributions to mathematics. In 1755, Lagrange wrote a letter to Leonard Euler, one of the greatest mathematicians of all time, presenting him with a new approach to classical mechanics. Euler was amazed by the young man's insight and immediately recognized his genius. This work led to Lagrange's masterpiece in physics, the formulation of Lagrangian mechanics. Unlike Newton's laws, which focused on forces and acceleration, Lagrange created a more abstract and elegant framework using the principle of least action. Nature always follows the path that requires the least effort. His Lagrange equations became the basis of celestial mechanics, which predicts the movement of planets and moons. Quantum mechanics, the basis of Feynman's path integral formulation. General relativity, which influenced Einstein's theories of space-time. Engineering and robotics, used to design stable structures and optimize movement. His Lagrange points in space where gravitational forces balance, allowing satellites to remain in stable orbits, a discovery used today by NASA and other space agencies. Although Lagrange was a physicist at heart, his contribution to pure mathematics was equally profound. His work spanned number theory, where he advanced Fermat's last theorem and discovered that every integer is the sum of 4 squares. In algebra, he laid the foundations of group theory, which would later be formalized by Évariste Galois, and in calculus, he developed Lagrange multipliers, a technique still used today in optimization processes. His ideas influenced probability theory and mathematical analysis. His ability to see the deep connections between different fields distinguished him multipliers, a technique that is still used in current optimization processes. In statistics and probability, his ideas influenced the beginnings of probability theory and mathematical analysis. His ability to see the deep connections between different fields distinguished him from his contemporaries. In 1787, Lagrange moved to Paris, where he became a professor at the Academy of Sciences. His reputation skyrocketed, and he soon found himself at the center of the French Revolution, a period in which many intellectuals, including his closest colleagues, suffered a cruel fate in the guillotine. However, unlike many other scholars, Lagrange survived. His genius was so respected that even the revolutionaries protected him, recognizing the value of his contributions to science and mathematics. When Napoleon came to power, he honored Lagrange by appointing him to high office and making him a senator of France. Lagrange's influence extended beyond mathematics. He shaped scientific policy and education, ensuring that future generations would continue to advance knowledge. At the beginning of the 19th century, Lagrange was exhausted, although his mind remained sharp. He spent his last years perfecting his monumental work, Analytical Mechanics, which remains a masterpiece of mathematical physics. In 1813, he passed away peacefully, leaving a legacy that touched almost every branch of mathematics and science. His name is engraved in history and appears in the laws of physics, celestial mechanics, and even modern engineering. Today, students and scientists continue to use Lagrange's equations to model everything from planetary motion to quantum particles. Tonight, when you close your eyes, imagine the silent ballet of planets, moons, and stars moving in harmony, guided by invisible forces and elegant mathematics. Imagine a man who saw the universe not as chaos, but as a perfect symphony of equations. So sleep well, dear dreamer, and remember that as long as algebra and geometry exist, Lagrange's name will never perish. Évariste Galois, the rebellious genius who died for mathematics on a stormy night in 1811 in a small French town, a child who would rewrite the language of algebra, would invent a completely new field of mathematics, and would die too young. His name was Évariste Galois, and his story is one of passion, rebellion, and tragedy. A genius who spent his last night scribbling mathematical proofs, knowing that he would not live to see the morning. Few figures in the history of mathematics are as mythologized as Galois. His work on group theory and polynomial equations would become the basis of modern abstract algebra, influencing everything from cryptography to quantum physics. But his life was cut short at only 20 years old, leaving a legacy that would only be understood decades after his death. Born in Bourg-la-Reine, France, Galois grew up in a country still recovering from the Napoleonic Wars and the chaos of the Revolution. His father was the mayor of his town, a fiercely independent thinker, and young Évariste inherited his rebellious spirit from an early age. It was evident that Galois was different. While other children followed traditional learning, he was drawn to the pure logic of mathematics. But his education twice failed to enter the prestigious École Polytechnique, largely due to his unconventional thinking and his refusal to adapt to strict teaching methods. However, despite these failures, his mathematical genius could not be ignored. At the age of 17, Galois had already begun to develop what would later be called Galois theory, a completely new way of understanding symmetries in polynomial equations. His revolutionary intuition was that equations could be studied not only through their solutions, but through the transformations that preserve their structure. This led to the creation of groups, fundamental mathematical objects that are now used in abstract algebra, the basis of modern algebraic structures, the physics that explains symmetry in quantum mechanics and relativity, and cryptography, essential for modern encryption algorithms. However, his work was far ahead of its time, and the mathematicians of his time failed to recognize its importance. On 2 occasions, he presented his revolutionary ideas to the Academy of Sciences, and on both occasions they were lost or rejected. But Galois had more serious problems than academic contempt. His political activism would soon put his life in danger. A passionate defender of Republican ideals, Galois spoke out openly against the monarchy, which led him to often clash with the authorities. His writings and speeches made him a target of the police, and in 1831, after toasting the overthrow of the king while holding a dagger, he was arrested and imprisoned. During his time in prison, his mind remained focused on mathematics, and he wrote his ideas in the margins of books and on scraps of paper. But even after his release, he constantly found himself in conflict with the establishment. In May 1832, Galois was involved in a mysterious duel whose details remain unclear to this day. Some say it was due to political rivalries. Others claim it was a tragic love story. The night before the duel, knowing that he would probably die, Galois wrote a letter to his friend describing the full extent of his mathematical discoveries and begging future mathematicians to develop his ideas. He spent all night frantically writing notes, and the next morning, at just 20 years old, he was shot in the stomach. He died the next day, abandoned by all his companions, whispering only, "Don't cry for me. I need all my courage to die at 20 years old." For decades, the work of Galois remained buried in oblivion, but in 1846, the mathematician Joseph Leville rediscovered his manuscripts and realized that Galois had laid the foundations for a completely new branch of mathematics. Today, Galois theory is one of the most important concepts of mathematics, governing the behavior of polar fields and groups. His ideas are fundamental in physics, engineering, and cryptography, showing that his vision was far ahead of his time. Tonight, when you close your eyes, imagine a young man writing feverishly by candlelight, his mind racing with equations that would take generations to grasp. Imagine a genius whose life was brilliant but brief, leaving behind ideas that now shape our modern world. So sleep well, dear dreamer, and remember that I have no time, Alan Turing, the code breaker who changed the world. On a quiet June morning in 1912, in the bustling city of London, England, a boy was born who would lay the foundations for modern computing, artificial intelligence, and cryptography. His name was Alan Turing, and thanks to his extraordinary intellect, he would become the unsung hero of World War II, the father of theoretical computer science, and one of the most tragically misunderstood geniuses in history. Most tragically misunderstood in history. Few minds have influenced the modern world as profoundly as Turing. His work deciphered the Nazis' Enigma machine, shortening the war and saving millions of lives. His visionary ideas paved the way for the computers and artificial intelligence we depend on today. From an early age, Turing showed a remarkable aptitude for logic and mathematics. Although he was often considered an eccentric child, he possessed a relentless curiosity and an unparalleled ability at solving puzzles. He was fascinated by patterns, numbers, and machines, and by the age of 16 he had already understood the theories of Albert Einstein, not through formal teaching, but through his own intuition. Turing's brilliance eventually led him to King's College, Cambridge, where he excelled in mathematics and logic, writing groundbreaking papers that would define the future of computer science. In 1936, Turing published one of the most important papers in the history of mathematics, introducing the concept of the Turing machine, a theoretical device that could solve any computational problem if given enough time. This revolutionary idea laid the foundation for modern computers. He demonstrated that any complex problem could be broken down into simple logical steps, laying the foundation for the algorithms and programming languages used today. His work provided the model for the digital revolution, although few recognized its true significance at that time. When World War II broke out, Turing was recruited by the British government to help decipher Enigma, the encryption system used by the German army in Bletchley Park. Turing led a team of cryptographers in the design of the bomb, an electromechanical machine capable of deciphering thousands of encrypted messages each day. His work shortened the war by about 2 years, saved millions of lives by giving the Allies a strategic advantage, and paved the way for modern cryptography and cybersecurity. Despite his monumental contributions, his role remained classified for decades, and he was denied the recognition he deserved during his lifetime. After the war, Turing turned his attention to artificial intelligence and raised one of the most profound questions of the modern era. Can machines think? He proposed the Turing test, a method for determining whether a machine could display intelligence like a human. This idea remains fundamental in the field of AI research and shapes modern advances in machine learning and robotics. His pioneering work laid the foundation for everything from Siri and Alexa to self-learning algorithms and deep learning. Despite his monumental achievements, Turing's personal life led to his downfall in 1952, when he was arrested for being homosexual, which was then a crime in Great Britain. He was given a horrible choice: prison or chemical castration. He chose the latter and endured invasive hormone treatments that left him emotionally and physically devastated. 2 years later, at just 41 years old, Alan Turing was found dead at his home. It was officially ruled a suicide by cyanide poisoning, although some believe it may have been an accident. The world had lost one of its brightest minds, discarded by the very nation he had helped to save. Decades after his death, Turing's contributions were finally recognized in 2013. Queen Elizabeth II granted him a posthumous royal pardon. His face now appears on the United Kingdom's 50-pound notes, honoring his contributions to computer science and code breaking. The Turing Award, the most prestigious award in computer science, was named in his honor. His work continues to inspire artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and computational theory. Although his life was cut short, Turing's vision lives on in every smartphone, in every algorithm, and in every innovation powered by AI, powered by artificial intelligence. Tonight, when you close your eyes, imagine the silent hum of computers, the invisible algorithms that shape our world, the echoes of a man who dreamed of thinking machines long before they existed. Imagine the flickering lights of Bletchley Park, the quiet determination of a man who deciphered an indecipherable code, and the tragedy of a world that failed to see his worth. So sleep well, dear dreamer, and remember that sometimes it is the people who no one expects anything from who do things that no one else can do. Imagine Srinivasa Ramanujan, the self-taught genius who spoke in numbers on the sweltering heat of December 22nd, 1887, in the small town of Erode, India. A boy was born who would one day redefine the very nature of mathematics. His name was Srinivasa Ramanujan, and, although he grew up in poverty and anonymity, his mind harbored a universe of infinite numbers, patterns, and mysteries waiting to be revealed. Few figures in history have embodied pure mathematical intuition as Ramanujan did. With little academic training, he discovered revolutionary formulas in theory, infinite series, and partition functions, many of which were so advanced that even the most brilliant mathematicians of his time struggled to understand them. But his story is not only that of a genius, but also of struggle, isolation, and a premature end that left the world wondering what more he could have achieved. Ramanujan was born into a modest Brahmin family in Tamil Nadu, India. His father worked as a low-ranking employee, while his mother was deeply religious from a young age. Ramanujan was unlike the other children. At 10 years old, He already dominated trigonometry without having had any teacher, and at 12 he had deduced by himself the summation formula of oil. But it was at 16 when his world changed forever. He discovered a book that would mark his destiny, a synopsis of elementary results in pure and applied mathematics by George Shubridge Carr. This book, containing more than 5,000 theorems without proofs, became his Bible. While most students learn mathematics through explanations and reasoning, Ramanujan simply absorbed the formulas and expanded them in ways that no one ever had imagined. Numbers were his language, and he spoke them fluently, creating beautiful and strange formulas that arose from a deep intuition more than from formal logic. However, his genius came at a price. Ramanujan became so obsessed with mathematics that he neglected other subjects, leading to failure in college. Unable to obtain a degree, he found himself unemployed, poor, and struggling to survive. But in adversity, his mind continued to create mathematical wonders. Desperate to find someone who could understand his work, Ramanujan began to write letters to mathematicians in England. Most ignored him until a letter reached G's desk. H. Hardy, a professor at the University of Cambridge and one of the most prominent mathematicians of his time. Hardy, known for his sharp intellect and skepticism, almost dismissed the letter as a hoax. But upon examining the dense pages of formulas, he realized he faced something extraordinary. They had to be true because if they were not, no one would have the imagination to invent them. G. H. Hardy, impressed by what he saw, invited Ramanujan to England and offered him the opportunity to collaborate with some of the most brilliant minds in mathematics. In 1914, Ramanujan set sail for England, a journey that would change the course of mathematics history. However, it was also a trip to an unfamiliar world. He arrived in Cambridge, a place of cold winters, rigid academic traditions, and a culture very different from his own. For the first time in his life, Ramanujan had access to the most brilliant mathematical minds and the best resources. Under Hardy's tutelage, he became familiar with rigorous mathematical proofs, in which he had never received formal training. While Hardy tried to refine Ramanujan's innate genius, he, in turn, surprised Hardy with ideas beyond any concept of Western mathematics. Together, they tackled some of the deepest mysteries of number theory. Ramanujan developed revolutionary formulas for counting partitions of integers, which would later be used in modern physics and computer science. Simulated theta functions. These mysterious functions, fully understood only in the late 20th century, became essential in string theory and quantum physics. Highly composite numbers. Ramanujan introduced new knowledge about the structure of numbers and their divisors. The Ramanujan tau function. His discoveries laid the foundation for modern modular forms and elliptic functions. Despite these extraordinary achievements, Ramanujan continued to feel deeply alone in England. He adhered strictly to his vegetarian diet, which made it difficult for him to find suitable food, and he struggled with constant health problems. In 1917, Ramanujan's health began rapidly deteriorating. Hardy and his colleagues tried to help him, but World War I had depleted resources, and it was difficult to find adequate medical care. Diagnosed with severe tuberculosis, he was advised to return to India in 1919. Ramanujan returned home weak and fragile, but despite being ill, his mind remained full of mathematical visions, and he continued working until his last days. In one of his last letters to Hardy, he described a completely new class of functions, later recognized as Ramanujan's Mach theta functions, which would baffle mathematicians for decades. On April 26, 1920, at only 32 years old, Ramanujan passed away. His life was tragically cut short, his mind still overflowing with theorems to be discovered. Although Ramanujan's stay on Earth was brief, his impact is eternal. His ideas, once dismissed as strange and unproven, have become essential to modern mathematics, physics, and computer science. His work influenced quantum physics. His formulas predicted patterns in black holes and string theory, cryptography, and machine learning. His knowledge of number theory is now used in encryption and mathematical research in artificial intelligence. His notebooks continue to inspire new discoveries even a century after his death. In 2012, Hollywood paid tribute to him in the film The Man Who Knew Infinity, which brought his story to a wider audience. Today, his house in India is a national monument, and his birthday, December 22nd, is celebrated as National Mathematics Day. Hardy, reflecting on his life, ranked his greatest achievements, and the discovery of Ramanujan topped the list. I have never met anyone like him, and I can only compare him to Euler or Jacobi G. H. Hardy, tonight, when you close your eyes, imagine a man looking at the night sky, his mind seeing patterns and numbers where others see only darkness. Imagine formulas that seem to descend upon him like visions that would reveal secrets that would take centuries to understand. Ramanujan saw infinity in the simplest numbers, demonstrating that genius does not come from privilege, but from passion, perseverance, and belief in something greater than oneself. So sleep well, dear dreamer, and remember that an equation is meaningless unless it expresses a thought of God. George Cantor, the mathematician who defined infinity. On a winter morning in 1845, in the bustling city of St. Petersburg, Russia, a child was born who would unravel one of mathematics' deepest mysteries. His name was George Cantor, and through his intrepid explorations, he redefined the concept of infinity, forever reshaping mathematics and philosophy. Few minds in history have dared to challenge the very foundations of numbers as Cantor did. His revolutionary discoveries in set theory and transfinite numbers revealed that not all infinities are equal, a revelation that provoked as much amazement as controversy. His ideas, once rejected and ridiculed, became the backbone of modern mathematics and logic. But Cantor's life was not only an intellectual triumph, but also a struggle, isolation, and personal torment. His story is that of a visionary ahead of his time who struggled against mathematical orthodoxy in his own mind. Cantor was born into a musical and intellectual family. His father was a successful merchant, and his mother a talented musician. From a very early age, Cantor showed an extraordinary aptitude for mathematics, and also felt a deep love for art, philosophy, and music. At the age of 11, his family moved to Germany, where Cantor received his education. His father wanted him to dedicate himself to engineering, but his passion for mathematics could not be denied, and he enrolled at the University of Berlin, where he studied with some of the most important mathematicians of the time, such as Leopold Kronecker and Karl Weierstrass. It was there that Cantor began to develop the ideas that would revolutionize mathematics, although his bold theories would soon earn him enemies among his mentors. At the end of the 19th century, Cantor presented an idea that would shake the foundations of mathematics. Infinity is not a unique concept, but is presented in different forms before Cantor. Infinity was considered a vague and unknowable concept, something beyond the scope of rigorous mathematics, but Cantor showed that some infinite sets were larger than others. He introduced the countable infinity, such as the set of natural numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, which could be paired one-to-one with integers or rationals. Next, he introduced the uncountable infinity, such as the set of real numbers, which includes all decimals and irrationals, and showed that it was a strictly larger infinity using his famous diagonal argument. He showed that real numbers could never be put in one-to-one correspondence with natural numbers, thus demonstrating the existence of multiple infinities. These discoveries led to the creation of set theory, which became one of the fundamental pillars of modern mathematics, logic, and even computer science. However, Cantor's work was not well received, but met with hostility and ridicule. Cantor's ideas challenged established mathematical thinking, particularly the views of Leopold Kronecker, one of the most powerful mathematicians of the time, who believed that only finite numbers were valid in mathematics. Kronecker publicly rejected Cantor's ideas, calling him a scientific charlatan, and even went so far as to block Cantor's promotions, preventing him from obtaining a prestigious academic position. Cantor was deeply affected by this intellectual isolation, although some mathematicians, such as David Hilbert, recognized his brilliance. Cantor spent much of his career fighting for recognition, while his mental health began to deteriorate. In the 1890s, Cantor began to suffer severe episodes of depression, probably exacerbated by the constant attacks on his work. He was frequently hospitalized in psychiatric institutions, and his health deteriorated as he became increasingly withdrawn during these periods. Cantor turned to philosophy and theology, believing that his discoveries were not only mathematical, but had a divine meaning. He even theorized that his work on infinity was a glimpse into the mind of God. Despite his difficulties, Cantor continued to write and teach, but his last years were marked by poverty, neglect, and illness. In 1918, he died in an asylum, without recognition for the genius he had brought to the world. Although Cantor did not live to see his ideas accepted, history vindicated him. His work became the basis of modern set theory, a field that shapes current mathematics, computer science, and logic. His discovery of multiple infinities led to advances in topology, measure theory, and real analysis. The continuum hypothesis, one of the unsolved problems he posed, remains one of the great mysteries of 20th century mathematics. David Hilbert famously stated, "No one will expel us from the paradise that Cantor has created." Today, Cantor is celebrated as one of the most brilliant mathematical minds in history, and his ideas continue to shape science, computing, and philosophy. Tonight, when you close your eyes, imagine a mind peering into the abyss of numbers and seeing patterns where others see chaos and infinity where others see nothing. Imagine a man who was ridiculed in his time, but whose ideas became the foundation of modern mathematics. A man who glimpsed infinity and dared to give it structure. So sleep well, dear dreamer, and remember that the essence of mathematics lies in its freedom. Pierre Fermat, the enigmatic genius of number theory. On a quiet summer day in 1607, in the town of Beaumont-le-Maine, France, a boy was born who would become one of the most brilliant minds in the history of mathematics. His name was Pierre de Fermat, and, although he never considered himself a professional mathematician, his discoveries would shape the very fabric of number theory, calculus, and probability. Fermat's life remains shrouded in mystery. He left no formal mathematical publications, but his notes, letters, and cryptic comments contained revolutionary ideas, most notably his last theorem, which would torment mathematicians for more than 3 centuries and become one of the most legendary problems in mathematics. Unlike many of the great mathematicians in history, Fermat was not a full-time professor or scholar, but a lawyer and government official. After studying at the University of Strasbourg, he became a parliamentary advisor in Toulouse, where he spent his days interpreting laws and legal documents. But in the solitude of his study, Fermat's true passion came to life. He filled the margins of books with mathematical reflections, corresponded with leading scholars, and tackled problems that would redefine mathematics. Perhaps Fermat's most famous contribution is his last theorem, a seemingly simple statement about the powers of integers. There are no 3 positive integers x, y, and z that satisfy the equation x to the power of n plus y to the power of n equals z to the power of n for any integer value of n greater than 2. Fermat scribbled this theorem in the margins of a copy of Diophantus Arithmetica, adding a tantalizing note. "I have discovered a truly wonderful proof of this proposition, but this margin is too narrow to contain it." For more than 350 years, mathematicians tried to find this wonderful proof, but it was not until 1994 that the British mathematician Andrew Walls finally proved Fermat's last theorem using techniques that Fermat never imagined, which shows how ahead of his time he was. Fermat's genius extended far beyond his famous theorem. He laid the foundations for modern number theory, a field that now underpins cryptography and advanced mathematics. His contributions include Fermat's little theorem, a fundamental result in modular arithmetic that plays a key role in modern encryption and cybersecurity, and the discovery of Fermat primes, of the form 2 raised to n plus 1, which fascinated mathematicians for centuries, and conjectures about perfect numbers and amicable numbers, which influenced later studies of pure mathematics. His work with numbers was often ahead of its time, and inspired mathematicians such as Euler, Gauss, and Lagrange, although Isaac Newton and Gottfried Leibniz were credited with inventing calculus. Fermat's work paved the way for its discovery. He developed a method to find the maximums and minimums of the functions, which foreshadowed the differential calculus, a technique to approximate areas under curves that contributed to the development of the integral calculus. The principle of minimum time in optics, later perfected by Maupertuis and Hamilton, laid the foundations of modern physics and variational calculus. His knowledge of geometry and calculus was fundamental for the revolutionary discoveries of the 17th and 18th centuries. In a legendary exchange of letters with Blaise Pascal, Fermat laid the foundations of probability theory, a field that would become essential in statistics, economics, and quantum mechanics. His correspondence, originally about game problems, led to the first systematic study of probability, influencing later mathematicians such as Laplace and Kolmogorov. Today, probability governs everything from risk assessment to artificial intelligence. Fermat's ideas remained hidden for decades after his death in 1665, largely because he never formally published them. Only through his letters and marginal notes did later mathematicians discover his profound ideas. Despite the lack of formal recognition during his life, his work became a cornerstone of modern mathematics. His influence can be felt in cryptography, quantum physics, artificial intelligence, and theoretical mathematics. The legendary mystery of Fermat's last theorem captivated mathematicians for centuries, turning him into a mythical figure, a symbol of brilliance, intuition, and the eternal pursuit of knowledge. Tonight, when you close your eyes, imagine a solitary figure in the light of a candle, scribbling equations in the margins of a book, ideas so ahead of their time that the world would need centuries to understand them. Imagine a mind that saw patterns in numbers where others saw chaos, a man who challenged the very structure of mathematics with nothing more than his intuition and a pen. Sleep well, dear dreamers, and remember that mathematics must be pursued for its own sake, for the pure pleasure of discovery. Carl Gustav Jacob Jacobi, the architect of the mathematical movement. On a fresh December morning in 1804, in the historic city of Potsdam, Prussia, a boy was born who would become a driving force in algebra, number theory, and physics. His name was Carl Gustav Jacob Jacobi, and through his tireless pursuit of mathematical truth, he would leave a legacy that still shapes the foundations of modern mathematics and mechanics today. Few mathematicians have mastered as many areas of mathematics as Jacobi. His discoveries in elliptic functions, determinants, differential equations, and analytical mechanics continue to influence current quantum physics, engineering, and dynamic systems. Although his life was cut short at the age of 46, Jacobi's impact remains immeasurable. Born into a Jewish family, Jacobi's early education was exceptional. At the age of 12, he had already mastered Latin and Greek, but his true passion was mathematics. Recognizing his talent, his family sent him to the University of Berlin, where he quickly gained a reputation for his brilliant mind and his intrepid approach to solving problems. He completed his doctorate at just 21 years old, impressing his professors with his ability to see connections between mathematical disciplines. Shortly after, he became a professor at the University of Königsberg, where he would expand the limits of algebra and analysis. But it was in the study of elliptic functions and mechanics that Jacobi would leave his greatest mark. Before Jacobi, mathematicians had only scratched the surface of elliptic functions, mathematical objects that arise in geometry, physics, and number theory. Based on the work of Abel and Legendre, Jacobi developed a deeper and more elegant theory that revolutionized our understanding of these functions. His discoveries include Jacobi's elliptic functions, which now play a crucial role in dynamic systems, string theory, and cryptography. The theta functions, which are used in modern physics, combinatorics, and even music theory, and modular forms, which later became essential in number theory and influenced the proof of Fermat's last theorem. Elliptic functions became a powerful mathematical tool that shaped modern algebra and topology. Today they are used in fluid dynamics, signal processing, and even in Einstein's theory of relativity. Jacobi's contributions extended far beyond elliptic functions. He introduced Jacobian determinants, a fundamental concept in linear algebra and multivariable calculus. His work in this field became essential for differential equations and optimization problems. The study of dynamic systems, including planetary motion and quantum mechanics, statistical mechanics and probability theory, laying the foundations for today's machine learning and artificial intelligence. Even now, Jacobian matrices are in everything from computer graphics to robotics and physical simulations. Jacobi was also a pioneer in classical mechanics, the field that describes the motion of physical systems. His development of the Hamilton-Jacobi equation transformed classical mechanics and influenced the future of quantum mechanics and relativity. His contributions include Jacobi's theorem in Hamiltonian mechanics, which simplified the study of systems in motion and planetary motion. Jacobi's method, a technique for solving systems of equations widely used in computational mathematics and numerical analysis, and variational principles, which influenced Lagrangian mechanics and general relativity. Without Jacobi's ideas, the work of later physicists such as Einstein, Schrödinger, and Heisenberg might have taken a very different course. Despite his intellectual brilliance, Jacobi's personal life was marked by difficulties. The political upheavals of the 19th century affected university funding, and in the 1840s, he often faced economic problems. His health began to deteriorate, and in search of relief, he moved to Italy, where he continued to work despite his illness. Unfortunately, he passed away in 1851 at only 46 years old, leaving behind an imposing mathematical legacy. Although his life was short, Jacobi's work continues to shape modern science and mathematics. His elliptic functions are used in string theory and modern physics. His Jacobian matrices are essential in engineering, artificial intelligence, and data science, and his Hamiltonian mechanics laid the foundations for quantum mechanics and general relativity. General relativity. Mathematicians such as David Hilbert and Emmy Noether relied on Jacobi's theories, demonstrating that his influence only grew after his death. Tonight, when you close your eyes, imagine the movement of the stars, the elegant dance of the planets, the invisible forces that guide them through space. Imagine a man who saw the patterns behind their movements, who dared to unravel the hidden symmetries of the universe. Jacobi's mind was pure mathematical elegance, revealing the interconnection between numbers, nature, and physics. So sleep well, dear dreamer, and remember that mathematics is the poetry of logical ideas. Albert Einstein, the dreamer of the universe. Tonight, let's walk through the winding corridors of history and science to explore the life of a man who forever changed the way we understand the universe. Get comfortable, close your eyes, and let the relaxing story of Albert Einstein unfold like a quiet symphony of discoveries. A humble beginning. The spark of genius is often found in the most modest places. Albert Einstein was born on March 14, 1879, in the small city of Ulm, Germany. His childhood was normal in many aspects, full of the sounds of his mother's piano and the noise of the machines of his father's workshop. His father, Hermann Einstein, was an electrical engineer, while his mother, Pauline, fostered Albert's love for music, but Albert was unlike other children. As a child, he took time to speak, so much so that his family feared something was happening to him. However, those silences were not signs of a lack of understanding, but of deep contemplation. His family nicknamed him the Fool for his dreaming nature and tendency to daydream for hours. When he was 5, something magical happened. His father gave him a simple compass, a gift that seemed insignificant, but awakened something deep within him. Albert was fascinated by how the needle always pointed north, as if an invisible force guided it. This moment marked the beginning of an obsession that would last a lifetime for the mysteries of the universe. Einstein's education was not easy at all. As a child, the rigid structure and memorization of the German system suffocated him. His teachers used to describe him as lazy, distracted, and disrespectful of authority, but what they did not see was a young mind that never stopped wondering why. When Albert was 10 years old, he discovered some books that would change. He was a young mind that was constantly wondering why. When Albert was 10 years old, he discovered some books that would change his life. He began to devour texts on mathematics, physics, and philosophy. At home, he spent hours solving problems that went far beyond his school's curriculum. Guided by his uncle Jacob, who fueled his early love for algebra. When he reached adolescence, his family moved to Switzerland and he attended a more progressive school in Zurich. It was there that he began to flourish. His rebellious streak remained, but this time it fueled his passion for science. In 1896, Einstein enrolled in the Federal Polytechnic School of Zurich, a prestigious school known for training some of Europe's best scientists. But even there, Einstein had difficulties. He found the lectures uninspiring and often missed class, preferring to study on his own. His teachers considered him a difficult student who lacked discipline. However, behind the scenes, Albert was doing something extraordinary. He spent his nights working on problems, reading scientific articles, and corresponding with other students. He fell deeply in love with physics, particularly with the works of Isaac Newton and James Clerk Maxwell. Despite his unconventional learning style, Einstein graduated in 1900 with a teaching diploma, but job offers were scarce, and for a time, he lived in relative anonymity, doing occasional jobs as a tutor to earn a living. In 1902, he got a job as an employee in the Swiss Patent Office in Bern. The work in the patent office, although seemingly mundane, was perfect for Einstein. It provided him with financial stability, minimal supervision, and plenty of time to think. During the day, he reviewed patent applications, and, at night, he explored the deepest mysteries of the universe. Then came 1905, the year that historians call Einstein's miracle year. In just 12 months, he published 4 revolutionary articles that would change the course of modern physics. The photoelectric effect. This article demonstrated that light not only behaves like a wave, but also like particles called photons. It earned him the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1921 and laid the foundation for quantum mechanics. Brownian motion. Einstein explained how the random movement of particles suspended in a fluid could be observed and mathematically predicted, which provided evidence for the existence of atoms. The special theory of relativity, perhaps the most famous of his contributions, introduced the idea that space and time are relative, not absolute. This led to the iconic equation E equals mc squared, which demonstrated that energy and mass are interchangeable, equivalent in mass and energy. This article further expanded the idea that small amounts of mass could be converted into enormous amounts of energy, a concept that would later influence nuclear science. The world of science was stunned. How could a humble patent office employee, without a formal position at a university, have revolutionized physics? The answer lay in Einstein's unique ability to think beyond conventional limits. Where others saw rules, he saw possibilities. Throughout his life, Einstein experienced profound emotional ups and downs. In 1903, he married Mileva Merrick, a fellow physicist who had shared his intellectual journey during his student years. They had 2 children, Hans Albert and Eduard, and it seemed that Einstein's personal and professional life flourished, but their relationship was affected by Einstein's growing fame and Mileva's struggle with depression. In 1914, they separated, and Mileva returned to Zurich with the children. Their divorce became final in 1919, the same year that Einstein married his cousin Elsa Lowenthal, who would remain by his side until her death in 1936. Despite the turbulence in his personal life, Einstein remained a devoted father. He often wrote letters to his children, encouraging them to seek knowledge and follow their passions. His letters reveal a warm and reflective side of this man, often considered the epitome of intellect. In 1915, after almost a decade of work, Einstein completed his general theory of relativity, a groundbreaking extension of his previous work on special relativity. This theory proposed that gravity is not a force that attracts objects, but a curvature of space-time caused by massive objects. The scientific community was skeptical at first, but in 1919, an experiment during a solar eclipse confirmed Einstein's predictions. The The light from stars was observed to curve around the sun exactly as he had calculated. Overnight, Einstein became a global celebrity. He traveled a lot, giving lectures in Europe, the United States, and Japan. Crowds gathered to listen to him, and journalists followed him wherever he went. Despite his new fame, Einstein remained humble and often downplayed his achievements, joking that he was famous mainly because his hair made him recognizable. More than a scientist, he became a symbol of hope in the 1930s, when the political climate in Germany darkened with the rise of the Nazi regime. His Jewish heritage put him in grave danger. He abandoned Germany in 1933 and settled in the United States, where he accepted a position at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, New Jersey. Einstein was more than a physicist. He was a humanist who used his fame to advocate for peace, civil rights, and nuclear disarmament. He was deeply concerned about the development of the atomic bomb, a weapon made possible in part by his equation E=mc², although he signed a letter to President Franklin D. Roosevelt in which he warned of Germany's potential to develop nuclear weapons. He later regretted his participation and became a staunch advocate for peace. The final chapter. Einstein passed away on April 18, 1955, at the age of 76 years. His last words, spoken in German, remain a mystery, as the nurse who attended him did not understand that language. He left a legacy that continues to inspire generations of scientists, dreamers, and thinkers even after his death. Einstein's brain remained the object of fascination and was preserved and studied in the hope of discovering the secrets of his genius. But perhaps his greatest legacy is not his brain, but his ability to show the world that curiosity, imagination, and perseverance can change the course of history. So, as you fall asleep, let the story of Albert Einstein remind you that even the most profound discoveries begin with simple questions and a childlike sense of wonder. Dream boldly, because who knows what mysteries your mind may uncover in the stillness of the night. Isaac Newton, the alchemist of the cosmos. Now, let's go back in time to an era of wonders and scientific discoveries, in which a man contemplated not only the falling apples, but the very structure of reality. This is the story of Sir Isaac Newton, a man whose curiosity and genius unraveled some of nature's greatest mysteries. Get comfortable and let the relaxing story of discovery and brilliance unfold. A quiet beginning in the stillness of rural England. A genius is born. Isaac Newton was born on December 25, 1642, in the small town of Woolsthorpe, England. His birth was anything but normal. He was born premature. He was so small and fragile that no one expected him to survive, but fate had other plans for the child who would one day change the world. Newton's childhood was marked by loneliness and simplicity. His father had passed away before he was born, and his mother remarried when he was only 3 years old, leaving him in the care of his grandparents. This separation left an indelible mark on the young Isaac, who grew up shy, introverted, and often lost in his thoughts. But even as a child, Newton's curiosity was evident. He spent hours building models of windmills, kites, and contraptions, often improving their designs with his own ingenious twists. His early years, full of observation and experimentation, were the prelude to the brilliance that awaited him. Newton's education began at the King's School of Grantham, where he stayed with a local apothecary. At first, he was an indifferent student, more interested in playing with mechanical devices than in excelling in his studies. But when a confrontation in the schoolyard with another child challenged his pride, Newton found motivation and, determined to prove his worth, he became the best student in his class. In 1661, Newton enrolled at Trinity College of Cambridge, where his passion for mathematics and science was truly ignited. His studies initially focused on the classical works of Aristotle and Thomas, but Newton soon discovered the revolutionary ideas of Copernicus, Galileo, and Kepler. These thinkers questioned the traditional vision of the cosmos, and Newton was eager to follow in their footsteps. In 1665, Cambridge closed due to the outbreak of bubonic plague, and Newton returned to his home in Woolsthorpe Manor. It was during this period of isolation, often referred to as his Year of Wonders, that Newton laid the foundations for his most important discoveries. The iconic story of the apple falling from the tree may be embellished, but contains a hint of truth. While observing nature in his family's orchard, Newton reflected on the force that caused objects to fall to the ground and realized that the same force that governed the fall of apples also governed the movement of the moon and planets. This idea led him to formulate the law of universal gravitation, which states that all objects in the universe attract each other with a force proportional to their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. Newton's discovery was not just a flash of inspiration, but the culmination of years of observation, mathematical reasoning, and experimentation. During this time, Newton also made revolutionary advances in calculus, optics, and mechanics. He discovered that white light is composed of a spectrum of colors, an idea he obtained by passing sunlight through a glass prism. This discovery laid the foundation for the field of optics and revolutionized our understanding of light. When Newton returned to Cambridge in 1667, he was no longer just a student, but a man on the verge of transforming science. In 1687, Newton published one of the most important scientific works in history, Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica, or simply the Principia. This masterpiece established the laws of motion and the law of universal gravitation, providing a mathematical framework for understanding the physical world. The three laws of motion by Newton became the cornerstone of classical mechanics. An object at rest will remain at rest, and an object in motion will remain in motion unless acted upon by an external force. The force acting on an object is equal to the mass of that object multiplied by its acceleration. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. These laws explained everything, from a movement of the planets to the trajectory of a cannonball. The Principia was a triumph of the human intellect, which combined rigorous mathematics with elegant physical principles. Newton's work was so exhaustive that it remained the basis of physics for over 200 years, until the arrival of Einstein's theory of relativity. Although Newton is often remembered for his scientific achievements, he was also deeply interested in theology and alchemy. For decades, he studied ancient texts and performed experiments in his search to convert base metals into gold and discover the philosopher's stone. In modern eyes, alchemy may seem like a pseudoscience, but for Newton, it was a means to unravel the hidden forces of nature. He believed that understanding the universe required more than mathematics and observation. It required an exploration of the mystical and the divine. Newton's religious beliefs were complex. He saw God as a master architect whose laws govern the cosmos, and his scientific work was, in many ways, an attempt to understand the mind of God. Although his alchemical investigations did not yield the results he sought, they reflected Newton's insatiable curiosity and his willingness to explore unconventional ideas. Newton's rise to fame brought him both admiration and conflict. One of his most famous rivalries was with the German mathematician Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz over the invention of calculus. Both developed the mathematical discipline independently, but their dispute over who was first led to years of bitter controversy. Despite his occasional disputes, Newton's contributions earned him wide recognition. In 1705, he was knighted by Queen and, becoming Sir Isaac Newton, he held the position of Director of the Royal Mint, where he played a key role in reforming the English currency and combating counterfeiting. But even as he achieved fame, Newton remained a deeply reserved and introspective man. His last years were marked by continuous research, although much of it remained unpublished. He spent long nights studying biblical texts and alchemical manuscripts in search of truths that extended beyond the material world. In the last years, when a brilliant mind finds rest, its light endures forever. Newton passed away on March 20th, 1727, at the age of 84 years. He was buried with great honors in Westminster Abbey, among the most revered figures in Great Britain. His tomb bears the inscription in Latin, Hic depositum est quod mortalibus pertenebat Isaac Newton. Here lies what was mortal of Isaac Newton. Although his physical body rested in peace, Newton's legacy lives on in every equation, discovery, and scientific advancement that followed his work laid the foundations of modern physics, engineering, and astronomy, and his name remains synonymous with scientific brilliance of a mind that reached beyond the stars. When you close your eyes tonight, let Newton's story remind you that the universe is not just something to observe, but something to explore, question, and dream about. Let his words resonate softly in your thoughts. If I have seen further, it is because I have stood on the shoulders of giants. And perhaps, in the stillness of the night, you too will find yourself wondering about the mysteries that await discovery. Sweet dreams, dear traveler of the cosmos. Stephen Hawking, A Journey Through Time and Space. Now let us go beyond the stars, following the life of a man who taught us to dream not only of what is within our reach, but of the unlimited mysteries of the universe. The story of Stephen Hawking is a story of intellect, resilience, and love for the unknown. Get comfortable and let his extraordinary journey gently transport you through time and space. A Star is Born. Genius often arises in the most unexpected places. Stephen William Hawking was born on January 8, 1942, in Oxford, England, exactly 300 years after the death of Galileo Galilei. His parents, Frank and Isabel Hawking, deeply valued education. His mother had studied economics and philosophy, while his father was a medical researcher. His home was a place full of books, ideas, and intellectual curiosity. But the young Stephen was not always the child prodigy one would expect. He was playful and curious, but he often described himself as a mediocre student in his early years. He loved taking things apart and putting them back together, whether it was a clock or a simple toy. Underneath this seemingly normal childhood hid a mind about to explode with ideas. As a teenager, he developed a fascination with the stars, the night sky, and the idea of time. He often lay in the garden looking at the sky and wondering about the mysteries it hid. This curiosity would soon guide his life and make him find his passion. Sometimes, the right spark lights when least expected. Stephen attended St. Albans School, or Bonn, where his academic performance was consistent, but not extraordinary. Later, at age 17, he enrolled at the University of Oxford to study physics. Although he found the classes relatively easy, his true passion was beyond textbooks. He longed for the kind of questions that could not be answered within the limits of traditional study. After completing his degree at Oxford, Stephen moved to the University of Cambridge in 1962 to pursue a doctorate in cosmology. It was there that he found his intellectual playing field, the study of black holes, time, and the origins of the universe. But just when his academic career took off, life dealt him a devastating and unexpected blow: the diagnosis. Even when the body is fragile, the mind can soar. At 21 years old, Stephen began experiencing symptoms of muscular weakness and clumsiness. Simple tasks like tying shoelaces or walking became increasingly difficult for him. Worried, he went to the doctor and was diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, also known as Lou Gehrig's disease. The doctors told him that the disease would progressively weaken his muscles until he was unable to move, speak, or even breathe on his own. They gave him a life expectancy of only 2 years. Devastated, Stephen isolated himself from the world, but even in the darkest moments, something inside him refused to give up his love for science. His desire to understand the universe and the support of his family and friends rekindled his sense of purpose, as he would later say. While there is life, there is hope. During this difficult period, Stephen met Jane Wilde, a fellow student at Cambridge. Their relationship blossomed, and they married in 1965. Jane became his pillar, providing emotional and physical support as his illness worsened. With her by his side, Stephen continued his work in cosmology with an intensity that amazed his colleagues. As his body weakened, his mind sharpened, and his ideas became bolder. In the late 1960s, he made revolutionary contributions to the study of black holes, demonstrating that they were not the lifeless cosmic voids that many believed. Instead, he theorized that black holes emit radiation, a concept now known as Hawking radiation. This idea was revolutionary, since it suggested that black holes could slowly lose mass and eventually evaporate, challenging the ingrained beliefs about the permanence of the most enigmatic objects of the universe. In the mid-1970s, Stephen's physical condition had deteriorated significantly. He lost the ability to walk and began using a wheelchair, but his mind remained as active as ever, constantly generating ideas that would restructure physics and cosmology. In 1985, a serious bout of pneumonia almost cost him his life. To save him, doctors performed a tracheotomy, a procedure that left him speechless, but this did not silence him. With the help of a voice-generating device connected to his wheelchair, he regained his ability to communicate. His robotic voice became an icon, a symbol of resilience and intellect despite these challenges. Stephen published his revolutionary book, A Brief History of Time, in 1988, written for the general public. The book was about explaining complex concepts such as black holes, the Big Bang, and the nature of time in an accessible way. It became an international bestseller, making him a household name and inspiring millions of people to look at the stars with renewed wonder. Throughout his career, Hawking continued to push the boundaries of what we believed was possible. He worked on theories that explored the origins of the universe, the nature of singularities, and the possible existence of parallel universes. His work often bridged physics and philosophy, raising questions not only about how the universe works, but also about why it exists. Hawking was also a pioneer in debating the future of humanity. He warned of the potential dangers of artificial intelligence and urged humanity to consider the long-term sustainability of life on Earth. He was a firm believer that humanity should explore and colonize other planets to ensure its survival. Despite his scientific fame, Hawking had a playful side. He appeared on popular television shows such as The Simpsons and The Big Bang Theory, where he showed his wit and humor. He once hosted a party for time travelers and sent out invitations after the event to see if anyone showed up from the future. Nobody did, but it was a clever nod to his fascination with the nature of time. In 1995, Stephen and Jane divorced after years of tension, largely caused by the pressures of his illness and fame. He later married his nurse Elaine Mason, although that marriage also ended in separation. Despite these personal difficulties, Hawking maintained a close relationship with his children Lucy, Robert, and Tim, who often described him as a loving and fun father. His legacy extended beyond his scientific achievements. Hawking was an advocate for the rights of people with disabilities, demonstrating that physical limitations do not have to define a person's life. He inspired millions of people by demonstrating that determination, creativity, and curiosity can overcome even the most daunting obstacles. The final journey. When a star collapses, it leaves behind a light that never goes out. On March 14, 2018, the same date that Albert Einstein was born, Stephen Hawking passed away peacefully at the age of 76. The world mourned the loss of a man who had expanded our understanding of the cosmos and the potential of the human spirit. He was buried in Westminster Abbey, near the tombs of Isaac Newton and Charles Darwin, a suitable resting place for a man who had stood on the shoulders of giants and had become one himself, a legacy. Among the stars, as you fall asleep, let the story of Hawking remind you that curiosity has no limits. He once said, "Remember to look up at the stars and not at your feet." Try to make sense of what you see and ask yourself what makes the universe exist. Be curious tonight. Let his words resonate softly as you dream. Perhaps, in some place of the stillness of the cosmos, the answers to our great questions are waiting for you. Sweet dreams, Star Observer. Nikola Tesla, master of lightning. And now, immerse yourself in the story of a man whose brilliance illuminated the world, both literally and figuratively. Nikola Tesla, the enigmatic inventor and visionary, was a dreamer who imagined a future far beyond his time. As you settle in, let his extraordinary journey electrify your imagination. Nikola Tesla was born at midnight on July 10, 1856, in Smiljan, a small town in what is now Croatia. His birth was accompanied by a violent storm and according to family legend, the midwife exclaimed, "This boy will be a child of light." Her words would prove to be prophetic. Tesla grew up in a home that valued intellect and spirituality. His father, Milutin Tesla, was a Serbian Orthodox priest and poet, while his mother, Duka Mandic, was a deeply creative woman who invented small household appliances and taught her children the importance of curiosity. Tesla later credited his mother with inspiring his inventive mind from an early age. Tesla demonstrated an extraordinary memory and fascination with nature. He was able to memorize entire books, solve complex mathematical problems in his head, and visualize mechanical inventions with astonishing clarity. But behind his academic brilliance hid a child who also loved long walks in the countryside, where he observed the animals, the plants, and the course of the rivers, all sources of inspiration for his future inventions. Tesla's academic trajectory began at the local school, but it was during his studies at the Polytechnic School of Graz, Austria, that his passion for electrical engineering was fully ignited. He devoured physics books and experimented with electrical machines late into the night. His teachers were amazed by his ability to visualize concepts without physical models or diagrams. One of Tesla's earliest fascinations was alternating current, AC, electricity, a concept that would eventually define his career. At that time, direct current, DC, advocated by Thomas Edison, was the dominant form of electrical energy, but Tesla saw the limitations of DC and dreamed of creating a more effective system. Despite his academic brilliance, Tesla's unconventional ideas often clashed with traditional teaching. He dropped out of school before finishing his studies, but his mind was already full of ideas that would one day change the world. In 1884, Tesla arrived in New York City with little more than a letter of recommendation and a head full of ideas. He went to work for none other than Thomas Edison, the famous inventor who had built a vast empire based on DC electricity, but the relationship between both men was full of tension. Edison, practical and business-minded, valued results over theoretical brilliance, while Tesla was a visionary who dreamed of perfecting systems that could revolutionize the world. The two clashed over their different approaches to problem-solving and innovation. When Tesla proposed developing an alternating current system, Edison rejected the idea with his famous phrase, "Playing with alternating current is a waste of time. No one will use it." Disillusioned, Tesla left and launched on his own. He soon partnered with George Westinghouse, an industrialist who believed in Tesla's vision of AC power. Their collaboration would trigger the war of the currents between Tesla's AC system and Edison's DC system, a rivalry that captivated the public and defined the future of electricity. Tesla's work with Westinghouse led to a series of revolutionary innovations that demonstrated the superiority of alternating current. In 1893, Tesla and Westinghouse demonstrated the potential of alternating current at the World's Columbian Exposition of Chicago, where they illuminated the entire fair using Tesla's technology. Visitors marveled at the bright lights, and alternating current became the engine of the world. The decisive victory came when Tesla's alternating current system was chosen to harness the energy of Niagara Falls, one of the most ambitious engineering projects of its time. In 1895, the Niagara Falls power plant began transmitting electricity to Buffalo, New York, marking the beginning of a new era. The success of the project silenced critics and established alternating current as the dominant form of electrical energy. But even as he celebrated this victory, Tesla's mind never rested. He was already imagining wireless transmission, the idea that electricity could be sent through the air without the need for cables. Tesla's imagination led him to ideas that seemed impossible to many contemporaries. In 1891, he patented the Tesla coil, a device that produced high-voltage, low-current electricity and became the basis for many wireless technologies. The demonstrations of the coil were spectacular, rays that danced in the air while the public watched in amazement. Tesla believed that one day wireless technology could provide free energy to the world. His dream culminated in the construction of the Wardenclyffe Tower in Long Island, a huge structure designed to transmit electricity and wireless communications over long distances, but financial difficulties and investor skepticism forced the project to close before it could be completed. Although the Wardenclyffe Tower never fully worked, it laid the foundation for future technologies such as wireless radio communication and even modern Wi-Fi. Despite his extraordinary achievements, Tesla's last years were marked by isolation and economic hardship. He was a man of eccentric habits, preferring to work late into the night, often surviving on few hours of sleep. He had an aversion to pearls, was obsessed with the number 3, and found solace feeding pigeons in the parks in New York City. Tesla never married, as he believed that his dedication to science left no room for romantic ties. His closest relationships were with friends and patrons who admired his genius. But as he grew older, many of these connections faded, and Tesla found himself increasingly alone. In 1931, on his 75th birthday, Tesla was honored by Time magazine, which featured him on its cover and celebrated his contributions to modern life. However, even with this recognition, Tesla lived modestly in a hotel room, often struggling to pay his bills. In his last years, even in darkness, his light still shone. Tesla passed away on January 7th, 1943, in his room at the Hotel New Yorker. He died alone, but his legacy did not fade into oblivion. In the years after his death, the world began to fully appreciate his contribution. He had over 300 patents and pioneered technologies fundamental to modern life, such as radio, X-rays, electric motors, and wireless communications. His name became synonymous with innovation, and today Tesla Motors, founded by Elon Musk, bears his name as a tribute to his visionary spirit. When you close your eyes tonight, let Tesla's story remind you that even the most daring dreams can trigger revolutions. He once said, "The present is theirs, the future for which I worked is mine." His words, like the currents he harnessed, still flow through our world. Tonight, let your imagination be carried away by those currents, knowing that in every bright light, in every wireless signal, and in every spark of creativity, a part of Tesla's dream lives on. Sweet dreams, dear inventor of wonders, and Charles Darwin, the traveler of life. Now, let's set sail on a journey through time, guided by the life of a man whose discoveries changed our way of understanding life itself. The story of Charles Darwin is one of exploration, observation, and an insatiable curiosity about the natural world. Relax and let this gentle adventure take you to distant shores and hidden wonders. A quiet birth, a curious child in rural England's stillness. Nature gently calls to a young mind. Charles Robert Darwin was born on February 12, 1809, in the small town of Shrewsbury, England. His family was well off and had a lineage of thinkers and scientists. His father, Robert Darwin, was a respected doctor, and his grandfather, Erasmus Darwin, a prominent naturalist and poet. Young Charles was curious from the start. He loved collecting insects, minerals, and shells, and spent hours observing the plants and animals in the surrounding countryside. His mother, Susanna, passed away when he was only 8 years old, but her love for nature remained a constant comfort during his childhood. Despite his restless mind, Darwin wasn't an exceptional student. He did not like the strict discipline of formal school and was often distracted during classes, but outside the classroom, his mind was full of wonder, especially when he explored the natural world. The reluctant medical student. Sometimes, the path to discovery takes unexpected detours. In 1825, Darwin's father sent him to study medicine at the University of Edinburgh, but the surgeries performed without anesthesia horrified young Charles, who quickly realized that medicine was not his vocation. Instead, he spent much of his time exploring tide pools and studying marine life alongside naturalists. Recognizing his lack of interest, Darwin's father suggested that he pursue the priesthood. In 1828, Darwin enrolled at Christ College in Cambridge to study theology. Surprisingly, it was there that he began to thrive. He befriended naturalists and botanists who fostered his passion for nature study. One of his mentors, John Stevens Henslow, became a pivotal figure in Darwin's life, recommending him for an extraordinary journey that would change the course of history. In 1831, at the age of 22, Darwin was invited to join the HMS Beagle as a naturalist on a 5-year expedition along the coast of South America. Although his father initially opposed it, Darwin accepted the offer, driven by his thirst for adventure and knowledge. The trip was both exciting and exhausting. Darwin explored tropical jungles, desolate volcanic islands, and vast plains teeming with wildlife. He collected thousands of specimens, plants, animals, fossils, and rocks, documenting his observations with meticulous notes and sketches. But it was in the Galapagos, which Europeans had never seen. He marveled at the grandeur of the Andes, examined fossils of extinct creatures embedded in cliffs, and studied coral reefs that seemed to defy geological understanding. With each discovery, his understanding of life's complexity deepened. When Darwin returned to England in 1836, he was no longer an open-eyed young explorer with wide eyes, but an experienced naturalist with a treasure trove of specimens and observations. But it would take him more than 20 years to refine his ideas and publish his most famous work. During this time, Darwin married his cousin Emma Wedgwood and settled into a quiet life at Down House in Kent. Their marriage was one of love and mutual respect, and Emma became a devoted supporter of Darwin's work, even though she struggled to accept the religious implications of his theories. Darwin spent years analyzing his findings, conducting experiments, and corresponding with other scientists. His health was often affected by stress and chronic illnesses, but his determination never faltered. He studied barnacles for 8 years, raised pigeons to observe hereditary traits, and observed the behavior of earthworms. Meanwhile, his theory of evolution through natural selection gradually took shape. In 1859, Darwin published The Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection, a book that would forever change the scientific world. His central idea was simple but profound. Species evolve over time through natural selection, in which traits best suited to an environment are passed on to future generations. Darwin's book was a scientific sensation, but also sparked an intense debate. Some praised it as a masterpiece of observation and reasoning, while others condemned it for challenging religious beliefs about life's creation. Darwin was a cautious man, not given to confrontation, who avoided public debates and preferred to let his work speak for itself. However, his ideas gained followers thanks to supporters like Thomas Huxley, who defended evolution with an ardent passion that earned him the nickname of the Bulldog of Darwin. As time passed, the evidence in favor of evolution continued to increase, and Darwin's theory became a cornerstone of modern biology. His work influenced not only science, but also philosophy, ethics, and even literature. He had opened a door to understanding life as a dynamic and constantly changing process. In his last years, Darwin led a quiet life at Down House, surrounded by his family and the gardens he loved so much. He continued writing and publishing works on topics ranging from orchids to earthworms, always driven by his wonder at the natural world. Despite his fame, Darwin remained humble and soft-spoken. He enjoyed long walks, often stopping to observe the plants and insects along his way. His children remembered him as a kind and gentle father who encouraged their curiosity. Darwin passed away on April 19, 1882, at the age of 73. He was buried in Westminster Abbey near Isaac Newton, an honor worthy of a man whose contributions to science were monumental, a legacy written in nature. As you fall asleep, let the story of Darwin remind you that the smallest observations can lead to the grandest discoveries. He once said that it is not the strongest species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but those that best adapt to change. His words are a gentle reminder that life, in all its forms, is a story of adaptation, resilience, and wonder. Tonight, as the world calms around you, imagine the gentle whisper of the leaves, the distant song of the birds, and the rhythm of waves breaking on distant shores. Let these sounds guide you to a dream where discovery never ends. Sweet dreams, explorer of life's mysteries. Marie Curie, the radiant pioneer. Let's accompany a woman who broke barriers and illuminated the world, both literally and figuratively. The journey of Marie Curie is one of perseverance, brilliance, and an unwavering dedication to science. As you settle in, let the warmth of her legacy gently illuminate your path. From a humble beginning in Poland, even the smallest spark can ignite a bright flame. Maria Sklodowska, known worldwide as Marie Curie, was born on November 7, 1867, in Warsaw, Poland. She was the youngest of 5 siblings and grew up in a home full of books, intellectual debates, and love for learning. Her father was a professor of mathematics and physics, and her mother was the director of school, but childhood was not without difficulties. Her family went through economic hardships, and tragedy struck when her mother died of tuberculosis when Marie was only 10 years old. Despite the pain, Marie found solace in her studies. She excelled at school, driven by an insatiable curiosity and the dream of pursuing higher education, a dream that was not easy to achieve for women in 19th century Poland. Poland, under Russian rule, imposed restrictions on women's access to education, but Marie was determined. She attended an underground school known as the Flying University, where women could learn by defying the oppressive system. There she discovered her passion for science, became deeper, and she vowed to seek better opportunities abroad, a new life in Paris, where determination meets opportunity and greatness is born. In 1891, at the age of 24, Marie moved to Paris to study at the prestigious Sorbonne. The transition was difficult. She lived in a small, unheated apartment and often survived on little more than bread and tea, but the difficulties did not discourage her. She immersed herself in her studies and obtained degrees in physics and mathematics. It was during this time that she met Pierre Curie, a physicist whose kind behavior and brilliant mind captivated her. The two quickly formed a bond based on mutual respect and a shared love for science. They married in 1895 and became not only life partners, but also research collaborators who would change the course of history. The discovery of radioactivity. When curiosity takes over the world, Marie and Pierre began their research on radioactive elements, inspired by the recent discovery of X-rays and the mysterious radiation emitted by uranium. They worked tirelessly in a makeshift laboratory, often in difficult conditions, grinding and processing tons of pitchblende to isolate the source of this strange energy. In 1898, their efforts paid off. The Curies discovered 2 new elements, polonium, named after Marie's homeland, Poland, and radium, which emitted an intense, bright light. The term radioactivity was coined to describe the phenomenon they had discovered. Marie's meticulous experiments demonstrated that radioactivity was not the result of chemical reactions, but an intrinsic property of certain elements. This discovery revolutionized the fields of physics and chemistry, opening the door to new scientific advances and medical applications. An achievement worthy of the Nobel when recognition arrives. In 1903, Marie and Pierre Curie, along with Henri Becquerel, received the Nobel Prize in Physics for their joint research on radioactivity. Marie became the first woman to receive a Nobel Prize, breaking barriers in a scientific community dominated by men. But even while celebrating this monumental achievement, tragedy struck in 1906. Pierre died in a traffic accident, leaving Marie devastated. She deeply mourned his loss, but found solace as she continued the work they had begun together. With resilience and determination, she assumed Pierre's professorship at S-Bond, becoming the first woman to teach at the prestigious university. Her research did not stop. In 1911, she was awarded a second Nobel Prize, this time in chemistry, for her discovery of radium and polonium and her work isolating radium. To date, she remains the only person to have won Nobel Prizes in 2 different scientific fields. A legacy of science healing in the service of humanity. During the First World War, Curie saw an opportunity to apply her discoveries to medicine. She developed mobile X-ray units, known as little Curies, used on the battlefield to help doctors locate bullets, shrapnel, and fractures in wounded soldiers. With her daughter Irene by her side, She trained radiology technicians and personally supervised the deployment of over 200 mobile units. Her work during the war saved countless lives, demonstrating her belief that science should serve humanity even in danger's face. Curie remained dedicated to her mission, often exposing herself to high levels of radiation without fully understanding the long-term effects. A quiet but radiant end. Even as her health deteriorated, her light endured. Decades of exposure to radioactive materials took a toll on Curie's health, who developed aplastic anemia, a disease related to prolonged radiation exposure. Despite her deterioration, she continued to work, driven by her passion for discovery. Marie Curie passed away on July 4, 1934, at the age of 66. She was buried next to Pierre in a simple tomb, but in 1995 her remains were moved to the Pantheon of Paris, a place reserved for the most prominent figures in France, most distinguished figures in France. She was the first woman to be buried there on her own merits, a legacy that shines with her brilliance and continues to illuminate the world. Curie's legacy is immeasurable. Her discoveries paved the way for advances in cancer treatment, nuclear energy, and medical imaging. Institutions, schools, and research centers around the world bear her name in honor of the woman who refused to let social norms extinguish her light. She once said that you never notice what has been done. You only see what remains to be done. These words, like her life, remind us to keep going, even when the difficulties seem insurmountable. A light for the future. When you close your eyes tonight, let Curie's story remind you that, even in the darkest of times, knowledge can be a lighthouse. Imagine the glow of radium not as something dangerous, but as a symbol of curiosity and perseverance. Let it guide you to dreams where discovery is infinite and barriers are meant to be broken. Sweet dreams, explorer of radiant possibilities.